I think we're ready to get started this afternoon. I want to welcome everyone to the City Council meeting of September 1st, 2016. Madam Clerk, could we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandau. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. Council President Caprielio.
I am here, thank you. Next is our invocation by Pastor Terry Townsend from the People's Church. Would everyone please stand and then remain standing for the pledge. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Proverbs 11, verses 10 and 11 in the New Living Translation says, "The whole city celebrates when the godly succeed. They shout for joy when the wicked die. Upright citizens are good for a city and make it prosper, but the talk of the wicked tears it apart." Let's pray. Our Father in heaven, we pray today for the city we love, asking first that you would silence the talk of wicked people that would seek to tear us apart. We ask today for upright citizens who will work toward the prosperity of Fresno, both now and in the future. Please give wisdom to Councilmember Soria, Councilmember Brandau, Councilmember Baines, Councilmember Capriolio, Councilmember Quintero, Councilmember Brand, and Councilmember Olivier as they lead us. May they find time in the craziness of their days to be alone with you, God, and to hear your voice. Please guide today's proceedings so that all of us in this city will benefit. In Jesus' name, amen.
All face the flag, please. Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you again, Pastor Townsend. Okay, folks, we're going to move right along here. Next is the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
I have one change.
Okay.
Item 1D, as in David, is going to be continued to September 15th's agenda per staff.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by member Soria, seconded by member Brand. Thank you. All those in favor? Those opposed? Passes 5-0 members Olivier and Baines absent. Just for the record, member Baines is absent because his wife was just involved with an auto accident, and he'll be here as soon as he can help get that resolved. So, are there any changes to the minutes of August 25th, 2016? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes of August 25th, 2016? I'll make that motion. Second by member Quintero. Thank you. All those in favor? And those opposed? Passes 5-0, member Baines and Olivier absent. Next will be council member reports and comments. Member Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would ask that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Martha Marty Wolfenbarger, a lifelong resident of District 5, passed away recently. She was 93 years old and very active at the Mosqueda Center with the seniors programs, Hot Meals. And her husband went there actually when it first opened up, and after he passed away, she continued going all these years, and she was 93 years old and really cared about Fresno and her neighborhood and making sure that things were in as good a condition as possible. And she lived over by Hazelwood and Butler, and they bought their house almost brand new when it was there. So asked that we would adjourn in her memory today. And then the other part is wanted to congratulate the city administration and ask the city manager to speak a little bit. There was some really good news in the in the paper and then on the television and radio regarding the city's rating at Moody's. And what I'd like is that if you can, just really explain how important that is that we were able to get that rating, especially all that we've been through. It really tells a lot about the good work that the administration has done over the years.
Quintero. It actually is reflective of the good work that was done in conjunction with the administration. The council also had to make some very hard choices during a very, very difficult time, and as well as some of our labor representatives who are out here today. So I don't want that to be without recognition as well. But what has happened in the last week, we got an increase, a double tick up increase in some of our bond rating. We had some bonds that were less than investment grade. They are now investment grade. And in discussions with Moody's, it was very obvious that, and they acknowledged the decisions that the council has made over the last several years, but more importantly, some of the policies that were put into place to make sure that we don't go down the same path that we had to go down during a very, very difficult time. Most importantly, they noted the fact that we're using 5-year budget forecasts, and we're budgeting our operations accordingly. They appreciated the fact that we paid off our internal debt, the convention center debt, which at one time the ongoing subsidy or obligation to that operation was well over $1 million, close to $1.5 million. As you heard this year, it's down to $400,000. In fact, Bill Overfield will tell you that last year was probably the best year that the convention center has had. And their cash position is better than it was when they actually took over. So that was positive news. And then, as they have continued to indicate, they appreciate the fact that we are building a reserve and made it very clear that the future increases in our credit rating is going to be predicated on our willingness to stay the course and to continue to build the reserve to a level of at least 10%. And then the last thing that also, you recognize, and it's unique in the state, is the solvency of our retirement plan, which is unheard of in this state. Something, Sal, that you'll get to deal with when you go to the county. Can't say the same for them, but I'm sure you will bring to them the same wisdom that we'll
send them over here.
Yeah, we'll bring it over here. But it is indicative of an organization that is beginning to rebuild itself, and hopefully, as we go forward, the pain of the past won't be lost anytime soon, and we'll stay committed and to the path that's been set forth in order to assure that we do not go through the same challenges and hard decisions that we had to go through over the last 4 to 5 years.
Thank you. That's a great job, and really, it's a heartfelt thank you to the administration. Thank you. And Councilmember Brand, I know it was you that righted the ship at the convention center, working with the SMG folks. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Member Quintero. Next is Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I have a couple just comments, and then I'm going to have a brief presentation that I wanted to make that my staff was kind enough to help me prepare for today. So one, I want to give thanks to staff for pulling item 1D. I did have additional questions that I hope to get answered over the next couple weeks, and to work through some of the clarity that I need before I can take a position on that item. So I want to thank them for that opportunity. Next, as we all know, actually, I just wanted to, give a plug out to this Monday is Labor Day, and there will be a family pancake breakfast at the fairgrounds. I did want to take a moment to say what Labor Day means, and so I just did a little Google search, and I found this under the Department of Labor, and I did want to just read it off so I can, one, recognize what Labor Day means, and then second, really thank the workers of our city for making the city for making the city a great city. And so Labor Day is the first Monday in September and is a creation of the labor movement and is dedicated to the social and economic achievements of American workers. It constitutes a yearly national tribute to the contribution workers have made to the strength, prosperity, and the well-being of our country. So those same contributions that workers throughout our nation do to make this country a great country. I do want to just personally thank all the workers that give every day their hard work to make the city of Fresno a great place to live. And so I just wanted to thank everyone and recognize Monday as Labor Day. And so hopefully everyone enjoys Labor Day and gets an opportunity to go out to the family pancake breakfast at the fairgrounds. So if I can have my staff come up, and I'll be doing a little short presentation. Okay. So just wanted to do a little short presentation on the redemption recycling centers in the city of Fresno. And so I bring this issue forward, and I know that in the past, the council actually has previously talked about this issue, but I bring it forward because it's become a much more apparent issue in District 1. We've received a number of calls. I did get an opportunity earlier this week to meet with the city manager, so I want to thank Bruce for taking time, but I did want, for purpose of the public and for my constituents, to note that I am working on this issue and that we recognize, and I just wanted to highlight some of the issues happening in District 1. I know Council Member also Paul Capriolo has been engaged on this issue, and we are trying to work very hard along with our administration to find a solution to the issues that some of these recycling centers present for our neighborhoods. So if we can go to District 1, I just wanted to show a couple pictures. No. So in this picture is a sample of one of the recycling centers. It's on West Shields Avenue and Northwest, 1405 West Shields Avenue. And so this is a center in my district that has produced really an escalated number of calls into our office. This center purchases recycles for cash. It has a steady amount of business throughout the hours it is open. As you guys can see from the picture, the operation spills out outside of the enclosed area. We have requested from planning staff, in fact, copies of the operations site plan, the operational statement, and the letters of approval. Right now, we're being told that the file cannot be located at City Hall. I think it might be stored somewhere else. So we're hoping, or I think the vendor that's scanning these department files to make sure that we have a record of them have them. So we're trying to locate this file, and so I know that the staff is working diligently with us to locate it. The next one, we've received a number of calls and emails. Our residents have also started a petition, so we have over 80 residents, and every day we continue to receive more that have signed this petition because they're very unhappy in terms of the operation and what it means for the quality of life in their neighborhood. And so that's just some of the pictures from the information. There's also been a lot of social media on the Nextdoor app, also on Twitter, and we've also, in the next slide, we have a number of letters to the editor that our constituents have written to the Fresno Bee to highlight the issue and that they do need help from the city of Fresno to figure out what they can do to improve the situation in this neighborhood. Slide 6. So I just wanted to note some of the impacts that the residents have noted. The center attracts loitering from individuals outside the residential area. And so you guys saw in the first picture, it also attracts recycling debris in the shopping center as well as neighborhoods. So the cleanliness factor has become a problem. It also encourages theft from City of Fresno recycling bins. A number of the residents in the neighborhoods have noticed folks going through their recycling bins and taking the recyclables, and sometimes also leaving a mess in their neighborhoods, and essentially creating blight in neighborhoods like the ones that have a nearby recycling center. So warranted complaints about the actual site's aesthetics are also very common, and site plans need to be consistent in all neighborhoods and compliance with the CUPs must be monitored. That's one thing that we've noted. We have talked to the city manager about it. Some of the next steps, just so that our residents are aware, we are working with some of the neighbors, and we are scheduling a community meeting to identify other common issues and to really just hear the concerns of the entire neighborhood in that area. We are revisiting city ordinances and policies allowing recycling centers in the neighborhood zoning. We are also looking to review the City of Fresno's development standards for recycling center permits. And we are trying to coordinate with the Department of California Resources Recycling and Recovery Office to meet the state recycling codes and reduce neighborhood impacts. I think that it really is going to take a partnership to make sure that the city is trying to do anything possible to mitigate these quality of life issues that some of these recycling centers are bringing to our neighborhood. And so I just wanted to highlight the issue and do a little brief presentation so that District 1 residents know and other residents. I know that, as I mentioned, Paul Capriolo has been very active on this issue, so that they're aware that we are still working on the issue. It's become obviously much more apparent to me for District 1, and so I'm extremely committed to working with my staff, the administration, to find a common solution to mitigate some of the challenges as it relates to quality of life in this neighborhood. So again, I want to thank my staff for helping me put the presentation together, and I believe that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Member Brandow.
Thank you, Council President. My report isn't near as important as Councilmember Soria and Quintero, but I did want to remind the community and yourself that the Fresno State Bulldogs are going to begin playing football this Saturday. They're going to open up in Nebraska. They're going to need all of our prayers probably, but we'll be pulling for them, and then they return to play at home next week, and I'll be going to that game and hope that the community will join me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Screen is clear, so I wanted to take a moment to congratulate those that were promoted and graduated last Friday from the Fresno Fire Department. So they had the fire department promotion and graduation ceremony, and they had 16 new firefighters added to our force. So they did great work for all of them, and welcome to Fresno. I also want to thank Vice President Quintero for filling in and presenting a proclamation to Chief Dyer Saturday evening. At the same time, I was presenting a proclamation to Coach Anthony DeFrancesco for the Grizzlies. And they've had, I'm sure we all know that, but just to repeat it, they've had outstanding success in 2015. They were the national champs, and East Coast to West Coast. So it was a privilege for me to honor him, and it was the Baseball America also named him Manager of the Year. Last but not least, I want to congratulate Dr. Castro, and more importantly, the students of Fresno State. Why? Because Fresno State was selected in the national rankings as one of the top universities in the country. So Fresno State placed number 25 on a list of the top 30 national universities in the USA. Fantastic job, and it's another great way to put Fresno State on the map. So congratulations again to Dr. Castro and everyone at the university, which is in my district, by the way. So I'd like to think I contribute to that. Many of us up here are alumni of Fresno State as well. So that will conclude our council comments. Next, we'll proceed to the consent calendar. Would any member on the council here like to pull an item for discussion from the consent calendar? I see none. Is there a motion? Excuse me, I need to take it out to the public. Is anyone in the public that wish to comment on the consent calendar? You have an opportunity to do so. All you have to do is come up to the microphone, give us your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to discuss any item on the consent calendar. Okay, I see none. Do I have a motion by Member Brand, seconded by Member Quintero? All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Baines absent. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to a fun part of the afternoon. That's called ceremonial presentations. First, we'll have the SPCA Pet of the Month, and that's sponsored by Member Brandow. I hate to bring it up now because the puppies are fast asleep. I've been watching him. I thought I heard him snoring a little bit, but maybe not. Member Brandow, it's enough from you, you cat lover.
He continues to get back at me. This is my favorite part of the job, actually, at the 4-year mark, is bringing up these animals that the SPCA takes care of. Yeah, I sure do. I'm going to hand you the microphone, and I'm going to take dogs in just a second. But our friends at the SPCA, I was just thinking about what a tough job they have. I mean, you get to hold these dogs, that's fantastic, but you have to worry. You end up worrying about all of the animals that come through. So here at Fresno City Hall, at Fresno City Council, we like to give them a little boost by letting the community know what they do and how to take advantage. Sometimes they have specials on these pets. So, okay, this is Rigby, and this is Bianca. They're brother and sister. And so I'm going to try to hold both of them, and I'm going to give you this microphone, and you tell us a little bit about what you guys do for these animals, okay? Thank you.
Hello, and my name is Victoria. Prime example are these puppies right here. We see it all the time. They were born in our care. Their mother came in as a stray, pregnant. So they just got out of foster care, ready for adoption today. And we see that a lot in cats and dogs, so that's why we try to shed as much light as we can on the importance of spaying and neutering. A lot of people don't think it's an important thing to do, but it is. It's extremely important because we have way too many dogs and not enough loving homes for dogs and cats. Not only that, but livestock as well. We are having a promotion for Labor Day. We have these promotions periodically to try and lessen the number at our shelter. For Labor Day, it's going to be a 3-day special from Saturday to Monday, $99 for these dogs, any dog of any age. So we're just trying to help out. Yeah.
I'm going to give you back Bianca.
Steve, it was great to see that you could multitask. I'm impressed.
Yes, you never
First
knew
time
that.
ever.
You never knew that, right? And I think former city manager Andy Souza probably wants to take Rigby home. Clear that with the wife. Okay. Oh, right on. Well, thank you very much, ladies, for bringing us these pets today and everything that you guys do. And we're going to try and help you find good homes, not just for these two, but for all the other animals, too. All right. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brandow. I think those are the happiest puppies we've ever had here. Their little tails were going crazy. That was great. Okay, next we will have a proclamation of Bill Keebler Day in the city of Fresno, and this was sponsored by Member Soria.
Come on up, Bill. So I have the distinct honor to recognize and honor this incredible gentleman. I've got to know him fairly well because of really the commitment that he has to give to the communities, and specifically the Tower District community. And so I did want to take time to recognize you for the work that you've done over the last 20 plus years, in particular being very involved as a director of the Tower District Marketing Committee, really ensuring that the Tower District continues to be a special place. It is our downtown. That's what we say, right? Oliver wanted to be here, but we heard that his wife did get into an accident, so he does send also his regards, and he is he was proud to join me today to represent you with this little token of our appreciation. really in thanking you for, again, all the work that you've done throughout the years for the tower to ensure that we have some thriving businesses, that we have events that continue to not only attract the Tower District residents, but residents throughout the entire city and the valley. We have an enormous amount of events that you help coordinate, and so we have been very grateful to have you. We hope that you have someone that will continue to work on those efforts so that the tower continues to be really that thriving place that it is today. And so just from the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of Councilmember Oliver Baines' heart, we really appreciate you. We wish you good luck because I know that you've been talking about retiring and you've been talking about it for a few years, but really in pursuing what your guys' dream is. And I know that you guys are going to be traveling afar, right? And so maybe you can tell us a little bit about it, but I do want to give you an opportunity to just tell you, let you speak maybe about the tower, what you've been doing, and why is this a special place in our community.
Know I was going to have to talk. Now, the Tower District, of course, is near and dear to all of our hearts. So it's been an honor serving our great little community. We've got a wonderful place, and I think we've reached a point where it's just going to continue to grow and be better and better. And as downtown thrives, which I know it will as well, we're going to see the two of them grow together. So it's going to be a wonderful thing. We've had lots of really great growth happening downtown and in the Tower. Felix Muskis is going to be taking over for me at the marketing committee, and she will do fantastic work. She knows our neighborhood well, and she's a good friend of the Tower. So, but again, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it.
Awesome. So if we can have the clerk read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas Bill Keebler has spent the last 20 years helping to promote the Tower District, and whereas he has worked tirelessly to keep the Tower District alive and always attractive to residents of Fresno, and whereas his talents as a marketeer have paved the way to many successes of local businesses and organizations, and whereas Bill Keebler has always put others first in his dealings throughout the Tower District and life, and whereas he has helped market many Tower District events such as the Mardi Gras Parade, the Rogue Festival, the Tower Classic Car Show, the Father's Day Blues Fest, and the Fresno Film Festival, and many more which have added to the uniqueness of the Tower District. And whereas he has served on the Tower District Marketing Committee, a nonprofit organization designed to promote and develop commerce, community, and the cultural environment in the Tower District. And now therefore be it resolved that the City of Fresno does hereby recognize the life achievements of Bill Keebler, his outstanding efforts in revitalizing Fresno's Tower District, and do proclaim September 1st, 2016 to be Bill Keebler Day in the City of Fresno.
So you get your own day, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next ceremonial presentation will be a proclamation of Jalen Bailey Day in the City of Fresno, sponsored by Vice President Sal Quintero, soon-to-be Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sharonda, would you please come up and bring the family up here, please? I want to share with you a special story that I read in the paper and saw on television as well. It's about a very special young man. And when we get through with this, I'm sure the story of him and his mom will really touch your heart as it touched mine. So I'm sure that you're going to really enjoy it. Marina, wake up. Yeah. Hi, Jalen. Turn around and look at the people over here. This is Jalen Bailey, folks. You may have seen him on TV in his cookie story, and he's here with his mom, Sharonda. And what's the name of the other children?
This is Kyrie, and this is Avery, two kids that I watch.
Kyrie and Avery, you watch them, okay? Jalen, you want to put these down here? And we have some special treats for you as well. I'm sure these are for me, right? What do you mean, huh? I got to share them? Do I have to share them?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Good answer, Jalen. Good answer.
Well, how old are you now?
8.
8? You're close. I'm 9. So we'll get there pretty soon. You're going to get there pretty soon. Yeah. Sharonda, as I stated earlier, I saw a lot of head shaking when I announced Jalen's name, and quite the entrepreneur that he is. But we have a special treat for you too, because we have firemen here and police officers. They wanted to come and join and recognize you and honor you and thank you for the great example that you are for our community. Is that all right? Yes. Okay. Sharonda, do you want to kind of tell us a little background story, and we'll get going from there and then turn it over to Jalen?
Sure. Well, he started his bakery so that he can be able to follow his dreams. He wanted to start a business, and he wanted to save up for a few things that he counted on his hand, and one of those things were a dog, of course, and a house, and college, and just saving up so that he can be able to build a better future. I always taught him to try to prepare for his future, even no matter how young he is.
And I read that he's got a GPA of?
Oh, yes, he's an honor roll student.
It's a great example. Why don't a couple of you come over on this side as well? Jalen, can you tell us why you wanted to start this bakery? I mean, she said some of the reasons, but there's got to be something there as to why you wanted to do this, or what made you think of this?
What made me think of this was that I was already good at baking, so that's why I was already having the baking business. And why I started a business was I wanted me and my mommy to have a house with the dog, and we wanted a bigger kitchen to bake more cookies, and we wanted to make more memories.
Okay. So now you have a website or something that people can order cookies?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you got 3 or 4 different kinds of cookies, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now, but you're also selling T-shirts now, like this one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those are $26, I already found out, right? I think, plus taxes. And what else are you selling?
I'm selling banana bread.
Ooh.
And cakes and cupcakes.
And they're all real good, huh? Yeah. Okay. Well, before I make the presentation, Brenda from our office looked up a couple of the stories that were done on you, and I think one of the things that you may want to do is start a book of some of your sayings and call it Jalenisms. And I'll tell you a couple of things that he's quoted in here. I wanted to get me and my mommy a house because we were renting and renting and renting for 8 years. So that's one Jalenism. Another one on why you started a back-to-school drive. You give out backpacks?
Yes.
And how does that work?
It works because I thought some kids were just left out, watching kids have backpacks and all the school supplies, so I just gave them backpacks with school supplies inside.
And you did that with the Evangel Home or another group?
Yes, the Evangel Home.
Okay. How many backpacks?
A
lot of them, huh? I'm sure. Well, and that was...
I just can't think of the exact number. It was a lot, though.
Yeah. Well, and here's the reason he did that, on why he started the back-to-school drive with the backpacks. I didn't want anybody to feel left out. This one I thought was really good about how good his baked goods are, and this is his quote. It tastes good. The aftertaste tastes good, and when you taste it, it tastes good. and everywhere when you taste it, it tastes good. And it tastes good all over the place. So that's a good one. And then about his thoughts on the importance of education. It's the only thing that gets you ahead in life, and you can be successful. So true. Jalen, we have a friend here that is from the Fresno Unified School Board. He's president of the school board in Fresno Unified, the school district that you attend. And so he's a guy that kind of can make decisions on the type of education that's going on that is helping you achieve your goals. And I want to introduce him. He works in our office, but he wanted to be here, say a few things to you, and also be part of the presenting of the proclamation to you. His name is Luis Chavez.
Hey, Jalen, how are you? Good, good. You know, I got to say, we're really just very extremely proud of the work that you've done, and to your mom for guiding you and doing that. At the school district, we spent 12 to 13 years getting our kids ready to be just like this, and Jalen's done it ahead of his time, and it's something that's just so admirable. We were reading through your quotes, but I got to tell you that we know that he has the drive and the motivation, but what he also has is the heart. And the heart to care for others, and that's what we want from all our kids. So I just want to let you know how proud we are of you, and we know that you're going to go on to do great, great things in our community. So thank you.
Now there's a fireman here, a couple of firemen that want to make a presentation to you. Okay, is that all right? Yes. Okay, they read your story and they thought you're a great example, and they don't do this too often. Okay, so that makes it special. Why don't you come on up, introduce yourselves, and say what you're doing.
All right. Hey, Jalen, it's great to meet you. And I want you to know that if you ever need taste testers, firefighters are professional cookie testers. So you need a good opinion. Any firehouse in the city, it's a safe house. You come and see it. Hey, we want to give you a hat here. That's one of our traditional fire hats. What it's got on there is the Maltese cross. That was originally that was founded from the Knights of Malta. So those are some of the first men that laid their lives down in service of others. And what you're getting into is going to involve a lot of service. So as you look at that, remember service. Okay, service is really important. And now, firefighters, we're problem solvers. So you have a problem, we solve them. You're going to have to work pretty hard. Okay, working hard, you're going to start sweating. I want you to stay hydrated. Okay, there's a water bottle. You stay hydrated. Okay, you know, part of making cookies is you might actually get to the point where you're going to be delivering cookies. So if you're delivering cookies, if you start doing a delivery business and you're riding a bike, I want you to stay safe, okay? So wear your helmet. And then to write your Jalenisms, all right? We've got a book here for writing your sayings and some recipes. So remember that, okay? So you can keep that and keep taking some notes. And then if the service, if you end up working late, all right, and you want to make sure people can see you, all right? So if you're working at night, deliveries at night, okay, keep well illuminated. And then when you reach your goal and you get that house, okay, there's a key ring to put your key to your house on. All right? Keep up the good work, brother.
That's great. Now, all you need is some tape to tape the flashlight to the hat when you're riding at night, see? There it is. Now, the police department, they're not going to be left out. They want to talk to you, too. So let's have them come forward and say a few words.
I kind of feel like I'm being set up after that last presentation.
Yeah.
We just wanted to come and say how proud we are and what a good job you're doing. And it's really nice to see all the work you're doing and the compassion you're showing for your community. So we brought a few things for you, too. Not quite the presentation that my partner here has for you, but we do have a folder here that you can use for school, and you can write your Jalenisms in there. A little football for some fun times. And since you're making a little extra money, we have a money clip with a badge on it and a lapel pin. So. Uh-oh. Okay. So get this to you. And there's a pin. So, probably get you a bag, huh?
Turn the hat over and put them inside.
There we go. Turn it this way.
Yeah. Put everything in there.
There we go. All right. So thank you.
Will you introduce introduce yourselves?
So we have Carlton. Come on up. Carlton's president of the Firefighters Association.
You got your whole life to work.
We got And then James over here is also a firefighter. He's their vice president of their association. And we got Sergeant Pete Boyer. He's a sergeant with the police department, and he's here to give you a little sticky badge. So. We're known to eat donuts. So. Well, I'm Damon Kurtz. I'm the first vice president of the Fresno Police Officers Association, and
I'm Brian Price, battalion chief with Fresno Fire. So, good job, buddy. You're doing great.
Okay, that's pretty good, huh? Did you expect all this? No. No? Okay. Jalen, I'm thinking of Dalen. We have one more presentation to you, okay? And this is on behalf of the city of Fresno. And the clerk didn't bring, I've got it. This is the city of Fresno proclamation presented to Jalen Bailey. It is with great distinction and pride that we join in honoring you for establishing Jalen's Bakery. We appreciate your business aspirations in providing Fresno with fresh baked goods, top secret, of course, made with love and delivered to your doorstep. And for your commitment to collect backpacks and school supplies for children. Your uniquely entrepreneurial spirit has not gone unnoticed and is inspiring to all. We thank you, wish you the best for success, and it is entrepreneurs such as yourself that has helped make Fresno an all-American city. And therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, the Fresno City Council, Fresno Unified School Board President Luis Chavez, do hereby proclaim, get this one, do hereby proclaim today, September 1st, to be Jalen Bailey Day in the city of Fresno. It's your day. The whole day belongs to you. Congratulations. Now, we'd like you to say a few words. Can you do that for us? I know you can. Okay, here you go.
I am very blessed to be here, and thank you all for coming. And it was an honor to be here. Don't forget to buy Jalen's cookies. JalensBakery.com.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and Sharonda, thank you. Thank you for really showing us a great example of being the great parent that you are as well. You know, congratulations to you and the family. And I had asked somebody from the Habitat for Humanity. Or is anybody here? No. Okay, they gave the card? Okay. Well, thank you so much, and I think they want to take a group picture. Right? Can you take a picture with us? Yes. You're famous. Okay, let's all get together here. Right here in front. Let's do this. Andy, you got extra flour over there at the food? Yeah. For the secret recipe.
Good job, buddy. Keep it up. And good job, you had to learn. Someone had to teach you how to bake. So
and thank you for the cookies.
Are
you surprised?
Yes. But can you take the photo out?
Okay. Sharonda, here's my card. I'll put it in there. Anything I can do. Let's go back over there.
Be right there.
Okay, can you make it okay? You can handle it? Okay. Thank you.
All right. As council As Councilman Quintero comes back up, Council President Capriolio has the next ceremonial, which is a proclamation of Hunger Action Month.
Thank you. Thank you. Andy, come on up. I know, it's kids and puppies. It's tough. It's tough. But we'll manage. Somehow we'll manage. Could your team join us as well? Some familiar faces there. So I understand you have a short clip for us to view?
That's part of my presentation.
Sorry. All right, we'll get to that in a moment. But today we're here to kick off Hunger Action Month here in the city of Fresno. And a key person, key organization is the Food Bank, the Fresno Food Bank. They host numerous events to bring awareness at a local level of the hunger needs in our community as well as the nation. And they also do efforts, of course, to end hunger with all the great things you do. And there is a way to donate. The website is Community Food Bank, that's one word, communityfoodbank.net. And for every online donation, there'll be a 50% match from Gar Titalian. So a huge thank you to Gar Titalian and his people for bringing that forward as well. So, and then I wanted to challenge my colleagues to do all they can do, their part in the food bank, to donate food, and we can all work together and bring an end to hunger in our community. So, Andy, your turn.
Thank you. So Bruce told me I had an hour and 10 minutes, so we could no, we didn't really. First of all, I want to thank you, Council President, Council members, Mayor, Administration, for this honor. Hunger Action Month began today. Every September is Hunger Action Month, and we'll talk a little bit about how we can get involved with that at the end. But I like the word you used earlier, Paul, awareness. One of the things that's not known here in the Valley is the Community Food Bank. We serve the 5 counties, Fresno, Madera, Kings, Tulare, and Kern counties. Those 5 counties are home of the 2 of the top 5 hungriest communities in the country. Bakersfield in the 2016 reporting was the hungriest community in our country. Fresno followed it 5th. So if you think about back from the days of the Brookings Institute report about Fresno, we have the highest concentration of hunger here in the Central Valley. What that means on a daily basis is 1 in 3 children and 1 in 4 adults are at risk any given night of going to sleep hungry. And it's not just Mendota, it's not just San Joaquin, it's not just Porterville, it's throughout all of our community. And if we could take a moment to show that video that Paul mentioned. Thank you. And what struck home for me most when we had that video first presented was we moved to Fresno in 2005. So since 2005, I've driven past Valley Oak School most days of the week on my way to and from work with no clue that 1 in 5 kids were hungry in that school. That's 6 kids in every classroom are at risk of going hungry. So it's an awareness issue. Hunger is a really hidden epidemic in our community, in every part of our community. And so we would ask, as you look at Hunger Action Month in September, we have a calendar of Hunger Action events. It's available on our website, communityfoodbank.net. The ways you can help is obviously, as Paul mentioned, online donations are being matched very generously by Gar Titillion, 50 cents on the dollar. So that $100 gift turns into $150, which means we can provide 15 families with enough food for a week. So that $100 donation. So that is great. We also have a few other events. We have next Thursday, September 8th, and I see one in the audience, is Wear Orange Day. Orange is the color of hunger. So if you can all wear your orange shirts, just make it absolutely. See, I missed the memo. I clearly missed the memo, but it was orange. It's like, just imagine you're at AT&T Park on a Friday night. You're going to wear that bright orange. So we'll wear orange to stamp out hunger. On the 21st, Channel 47 is having their Feed the Need, preparing for the Fair Food Drive. That'll be available. And the last 2 weeks, and I see Luis left, the Bullard area is doing a food fight amongst all their schools as a way to get food donations. It will be so. But again, on behalf of all of us at the Community Food Bank, and more importantly, the 280,000 people we get to serve every month, we want to say thank you for your support.
Round of applause, please. Thank you, Andy. You know, and would you be so kind as to introduce your team? I know some.
On the far end, Brandon Davies is our proposal grant writer. Denise Acanto is our corporate outreach manager. Natalie Caples is our chief operations officer, and Kim Dildine is our chief administrative officer.
Beautiful. And you are the famous Andy Souza.
Well, I'm the guy that tries to stay out of the way.
Yes, I do that as well. And also, orange is Fresno Grizzlies colors, too. So, anyway, we'll read the proclamation, please. And this is for you and your wonderful organization.
Whereas hunger and poverty are issues of grave concerns in the United States, the state of California, and the city of Fresno. And whereas Community Food Bank and its network of agencies last year provided over 38 million pounds of food to vulnerable children, seniors, adults, and families. And whereas Community Food Bank provides food to over 280,000 individuals in 5 counties, more than 90,000 of which are children. And whereas Community Food Bank will host events and activities throughout September to bring awareness to the issue of hunger and encourage the involvement of our community to help solve hunger. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Fresno City Council members, do hereby proclaim the month of September to be Hunger Action Month in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good to see you again. Our sons played ball together. Thank you all very much. Steve, would you give the next announcement? What's next on our agenda there?
Okay.
I think it's a 1:45 timed item. Thank you all very much.
Yes, so next on our agenda is a 1:45 timed item. That's a workshop of Fresno Area Express Strategic Services Evaluation, and that's from the Department of Public Transportation.
Si hay alguien en la audiencia que necesite traductor, por favor déjenos saber.
Okay, who has the Jalen cookies? Give them up. Somebody here has them. We'll find them.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for your help, Council Member and former Council President Brandow. Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a little technical glitch. So what we might do now is ask members of the public. This is the time we call unscheduled communications. So it's not on our agenda, but it gives you, the citizens of Fresno, the opportunity to come forward and speak to this body on any subject that comes to mind, any subject that you would like to articulate to us, this is the time to do it. So you'll have 3 minutes. Give us your name and address, and somebody has to come forward. No one? All right. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you very much. We'll close unscheduled communications. Okay, we will move on. Well, maybe we will not move on. Is there anyone here from Public Works to do the first general administration? Oh, Karana, good afternoon. Come forward. Yes. Yes, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Technology, folks. What happened to the old slideshows? You know, click, 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 click.
I mean, you've seen. Yeah, it's nice to have pictures. I'm so sorry, but it seems to. Would you like me to just go ahead and move through this?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I am here on behalf of the DARM. I'm the city's Historic Preservation Project Manager, and I'm here on behalf of the Historic Preservation Commission, and we have a nomination for you to consider. A very beautiful house, which they can't see, but it's a lovely prairie home in District 1 on East Terrace Avenue. And it was built in 1923. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Show and tell in the St. Francis Wood tract. It was vacant until 1926. It was the rental for a family, Albert and Isabel Wilkie. He worked for Raiden Camps, which of course became Penny's. And it's located on one of the most beautiful, architecturally impressive blocks in the city. It's just really a lovely block. It has architectural integrity. If you are looking at your pictures, you can see that all the original wood windows, beautifully articulated, porte cochere, etc. And the owners have asked to have the property listed on the register. The commission, at a duly noticed public hearing, found it eligible under Criterion 1 as a contributor to the proposed Terrace Gardens Historic District, and under Criterion 3 as an excellent example of a prairie-style home. And so we ask for you to consider its nomination and designation to the local register of historic resources under Criterion 1 and 3.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We'll take this out to our community. Is there anyone here from the community that wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, back to the dais. Member Soria.
So I'd like to make a motion on this item. I am extremely supportive of this property's owner's request to have this 1923 home, which is located in the Terrace Gardens Historic District within our Tower District, be placed on this local register of historic resources. I do applaud the property owner for taking the personal responsibility to restore and maintain our city's historic resources. We know that this home is beautiful. I know that we've seen the pictures in terms of attached to the staff report. And it's well maintained, and we know that it brings tremendous value to the surrounding neighborhood. So very proud to have it as part of my district, and proud to make the motion to support this item.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of Member Baines, who's in your area, I'll second the motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Opposed? 2, 3, passes 4-0. 5-0, thank you, with members Baines and Brand absent. Thank you, Karana. Okay. How are we doing on our 145? Shall we continue on the agenda?
No, it's up now.
Excellent. The floor is yours, sir.
We've got it here. We just need to connect to the screen.
As we set this up, I would need to correct the record. Mrs. Ocanto, I mentioned that our sons played ball. It was really our daughters. They played basketball, softball, soccer, a little volleyball, and they lettered in all those sports. So we're very proud of our daughters. Are you ready, sir?
I am. He's going to, we have it here. It's just not on the, on your monitors. Yes.
This is another reason why everybody should have a flip phone, because you never have these technology issues. It works every time.
Okay. Good afternoon. Essentially, a service. Okay, thank you. A strategic service evaluation was prepared for FACTS. It was commissioned by COG, and the idea was to look at a number of things. And as I go through the presentation, a number of those things will be obvious what they were looking for. Efficiencies, kind of an approach to transit. And I think the best way to best understand it is I'll just kind of launch into it. So, public transportation, okay. I lost it altogether. Okay, there we go. Okay. Public transportation essentially is about viability. The viability of public transportation essentially is about frequency. So frequency essentially is the key to public transportation and any public transportation system anywhere around the country. It means that essentially when you're ready to go, the system is moving. The system is there for you and kind of also ready to go. The issue with frequency, though, is it is expensive. It leads to high ridership, and yet the demand has to be there in order to go ahead and do good frequency. Frequency also means that transit lines, it's a matter of being able to rely on it. So, for instance, with BRT, where with 10-minute frequencies, you can kind of set your clock to the 10 minutes. You know essentially and invariably a bus is coming. So, for instance, if there's a grid and you see the grid on the screen, the person is at point A. They're able to walk to a location to catch the bus. They ride for a moment. They make a transfer without a lot of walking. They reach their destination, and they're able to walk again a short distance. In a high-frequency grid, it allows that kind of connection to happen, and that's essentially what transit systems strive for. So when you look at our existing ridership, it kind of proves that point. You see where the darker spots are. Those are boardings and or lightings. You see it's easy and it's clear to see where Shaw is. It's easy and clear to see the ridership on Blackstone, on Fresno, and on Cedar. Those are pretty clear. You can see where a lot of rides either start and or terminate around Fresno State and also near downtown. So in terms of our system, the backbone of the system is a good system. A large part of the challenge is just not enough frequency. And just to point out, the red lines are frequency of 10 or 15 minutes. The green line about 30 minutes. I'm sorry, 20 minutes for the blue line, and the green line 1 hour frequency. So in some places, we still have bus service where essentially a person might be waiting an hour for the bus. The problem is there are 4 factors that are involved in how you build that frequency, and those 4 factors are density, walkability, what kind of straight line they are, as well as what kind of proximity. So would it make sense in order to have high frequency and the terminal point is Fresno State, and yet the closest you could get would be Blackstone? Wouldn't make sense, not a real doable situation. But when you add the elements of density, walkability, that straight line, that linearity, and the proximity, ridership begins to make sense. Those are the features that are looked for nationally. So how does transit fit into the city's general plan? Essentially, with good wisdom, the City Council recently passed a general plan that began to deny sprawl, kind of rein in, the attempt to rein in city resources and apply those resources as effectively as possible. So when you look at the possibilities and you look at the issue of ridership versus coverage, ridership is that frequency. It's where you've got good, strong service. The trips are pretty frequent, and coverage is similar to sprawl. So when you look at it, the focus on the resources, again, in a ridership scenario, again, is the amount of frequency. So let's look at a couple of options, a couple of alternatives. A non-sprawl situation would be Courthouse Park to Blackstone, 45-minute trip one way. Essentially using 3 buses, the service would run every 15 minutes. That's 45 minutes, and the bus leaves every 15 minutes in order to make for 15-minute service. Now, a sprawl environment would be where the bus leaves from Courthouse Park, goes to Blackstone and Nees, which would mean for a 75-minute trip. The way that we got 15-minute service was we divided the 3 into the 45 in order to get 15-minute service. The same kind of formula would have to happen here, but you would need to do 5 buses into the 15 in order to get into the 75 in order to get 15-minute service. That would require 10 buses in order to do so, at an additional cost of around $700,000. The other alternative would be that you use 3 buses or 6 buses round trip, and therefore be able to get service every 25 minutes, again at a cost of $700,000. Let me remind you, in public transportation, what you want are faster frequencies. You want greater frequency and not longer distances, longer span of wait time. So here's another example where going from Manchester to Herndon and Milburn is a 60-minute trip one way, round trip using 2 buses. But on the other hand, Manchester to El Paseo is an 80-minute trip and using 2 buses. And part of the reason why that 80-minute trip exists, you say it's not a long distance, but it's a matter of a turnaround time. It's a matter of how you turn that bus around and the ability for the driver to use the restroom and everything else that's a consideration in public transit. So using 2 buses, it would be an 80-minute service. In order to make it viable, we'd have to go ahead and use 8 buses in order to make that a 20-minute service, 20-minute wait time. The additional cost for that is around $700,000. So the provisional direction, kind of where we were headed and how the staff agreed with the consultant. Provisionally, what happened, a consensus was created, and there was a question of 2 alternatives. The alternatives were ridership or coverage. Essentially what the consultant did was ran workshops with key stakeholders, and the stakeholders essentially said that they would rather reduce efficiencies, retain the coverage scenario only in situations where there was a dire need, a social service need. How do we get to a hospital? How do we get to critical services? And try to avoid expanding the service. Essentially what was said by the stakeholders who were a part of this process was, we want to take what we have and just, we don't want to dilute it. We don't want to make it worse by trying to stretch out farther. Do better with what we have right now and stay with a kind of a tight core of operating. So in terms of a long-term vision, the long-term vision is, how do we establish this high-frequency grid that essentially enables us to travel throughout the core of the city, throughout a large part of the city? Essentially, our goal when you read that statement is, how do we make the bus system competitive to the automobile? How is it that...
Can we ask some questions?
Absolutely.
So just going back to the comments that you made about outreach process and stakeholders, can maybe you give us a little bit detail so the public knows who these folks were, what was your guys' outreach process, how extensive was that? I know that you mentioned workshops and meetings, so just want to know who was involved in that. Aside, I know that there was 3 council members part of the committee where you guys have come and shared the plan, but I wanted to make sure the public knows exactly what you guys did.
Sure. The data that this was built on was a process that preceded me. A consultant, Jared Walker, pulled together data, did a number of charrettes, as I understand the process, and in those charrettes met with elected officials, met with bus drivers, met with a number of people who were stakeholders with public transportation.
I guess I'd like to know who those public stakeholder folks were, like residents, community-based organizations. I'd like to actually get detailed information as to who was involved. Okay. If you could do that. I know that it was pre your time.
It does.
But I'd appreciate that information.
Sure. Again, that data precedes me. I'm not sure if the city manager or anybody else knows exactly those conversations, but from...
Well, maybe we can ask Bruce.
Bruce is tied up with Member Brandau, who actually...
What was the question, Councilman?
So I was just asking in terms of, he talked about the stakeholder process and the community outreach, so just interested in a little bit more detail. I know he said that it came before him, so who were part of these stakeholder meetings? Were there community-based organizations, residents?
It was
where
writers,
did they happen?
Writers, residents, businesses, elected officials, ATU, and others that were involved in getting us the baseline. There was also cell phone data that was used to determine where the trips were originating from, and then also every vehicle that FACTS operates has what they call automated passenger counters. It can give you a geocode for who's boarding, how many are boarding, when they're boarding. And so all that information was put together to kind of develop a base strategy. That strategy was rolled out to the council about a year ago. There's been a couple of subsequent meetings with the group. Today's presentation is literally, we've talked about this, and I'm going to use Councilmember Brandau's terms. We've talked about this for a year or so, if not at least a year. It's time to get this project moving, like with our Parks Master Plan and Trail Master Plan, and to go out to the public and start doing, and then let me add, under FTA requirements, Federal Transit Administration, in order to do any kind of restructuring of a system, there is an extensive public community outreach engagement component that has to be conducted. So today's presentation is tended to kind of go back, kind of go over where we're at, but more importantly, get the council's green light to move forward with hiring a consultant to engage in that community outreach effort, and then come back hopefully within the next 8 months with their input, with recommendations that could be implemented by the council at that point.
So then, just for the record, so the public knows there was a first outreach step to get to where we're at, now we're going to move forward and present this to the public for additional input.
Absolutely.
Okay. Just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Marshall, I guess we're ready for questions since they're coming fast and furious. If you're done with your presentation or about.
I'm not there. A few more slides.
If you have comments, folks, please punch up on the screen.
I'll move as quickly as possible. So again, the long-term vision is trying to create a high-frequency network. In that high-frequency grid, truly is the opportunity to create a system. And right now, BRT seems to be the cornerstone of everything, but there's a need for a system. So what's the value of riding and having 10-minute wait times, and yet now you've got to catch a bus that's pretty inefficient, and it will be an hour and 15 minutes. So the idea is, how do we create more of a system? How do we create more of a network, a viable network that's high frequency and faster moving? I'm going to ask Jeff to finish and give the details of what the changes look like, the proposed changes.
So let me, because the council, with all due respect to the department, I kind of sense that the council has some questions. This has been vetted through the Transit Committee. Again, these are just proposed changes, so I don't want anyone to get the impression or the impression that this is locked in concrete. It's not. It is far from it. That's what the community outreach component is. So I'm going to kind of defer to the council and let them, Council President, if you want, we can ask the department to summarize very quickly the changes. We talked about this before, is moving towards high frequency, using the existing resources, and maybe given the amount of funding that comes in now from the state for transit, taking advantage of that opportunity to increase frequency, improve facts overall. But in order to do that, you have to maybe look at some restructuring options to achieve that goal. So I will leave it up to you. The department is more than willing to go through the rest of the PowerPoint, but I also get a sense that you want to get just the questions.
Thank you very much. Good sensitivity. Everyone seems to be pretty anxious up here. Thank you for the presentation. We'll be available for questions, please. Member Brandau has punched up long ago. Sir, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you, Council President. So I'm kind of glad and confused all at the same time. I'm glad we're talking about this. I've been asking about it for a long time. I think Jarrett Walker consultant firm, Bruce, that might have been 18 months ago. Councilmember Soria, were you on council when we did this consultation? I think it was right before. Yeah, so it's been a while, and they told us back then that after gathering all the information, that they felt that the city should move forward by speeding up certain areas and frequencies and completely dropping off other bus routes through town. Now, I haven't gone into into research on this plan as I did when Jarrett Walker made their presentation, but is their recommendations essentially what you're moving forward today? Go ahead.
Yes, and if you see the screen, the yellow would be segments that would be eliminated, and the red would be new segments. The blue is kind of based on existing segments, but it's also based on color as well. It's not a route map. It's also that particular map shows the amount of wait time. So when you hear us say frequency, that's essentially the wait time. Probably an easier one to understand. I'll give you a very easy one to understand is, for instance, now the Fresno Street bus goes north on Fresno, left on Shields, goes into Manchester, only to come back over to Fresno. And what the report is suggesting is, versus doing that, why not just continue up Fresno? Anybody that's on that Fresno Street bus probably has the intention of staying on Fresno. The same with the Shields bus. It goes up into Manchester versus staying the straight line. It's kind of a wasted segment going that path. So what it suggests is taking out where there's duplication, take those duplications out, make the system a lot more efficient.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I like that. I like working on the efficiency. Brian, so when's the last time this department had an overhaul of the bus routes? It's maybe?
Quite frankly, it never has.
It never has.
The system is basically, and when we get a chance, I'll show you something from 2003 that shows how the system has just basically chased development over the last 40 years.
Right.
And so all it is, or all the system has been doing, is reacting to growth and development. Give you an example. At one time, the system didn't go much farther than Shaw Avenue. One route, maybe two, went as far as Herndon. The only reason it did is that St. Agnes moved from being over here just north of the downtown area out to, which was nothing at the time, the middle of a fig orchard. And as a result of that, there was a demand to extend bus service out to serve St. Agnes Hospital. Subsequently, River Park was built, and guess what happened then? So most of the service north went to Pinedale, but because that was an extension of an existing trolley line, but everything else pretty much terminated at Shaw Avenue. So the reason we're going through this is because of land use changes and travel patterns have shifted. We thought it was appropriate for once to come back and realign the system with the data that we have, as well as the growth pattern that's occurred over the last 40 plus years.
Okay, and I remember those examples, you using those examples during these different conversations we'd had in the last couple of years. So, Brian, is it safe to say, and by the way, I need to have a meeting so that I can learn it even better than at this workshop, but I am going to listen to all of my colleagues ask their questions as well. A couple of them that I had were, so is it still true then that essentially with some changes that you've made, is this the data that was collected by Jarrett Walker's consultation with the city of Fresno and kind of that mindset, and then you've come in as the department head and tweaked it a little bit and then said, well, we can even improve upon their model with this change and this change?
That's absolutely right. And again, as the city manager said, because it's a fluid process, we're constantly looking where can we make some improvements. With 99 and some of the closures off of with Clinton, the Clinton closure, impending Clinton closure, will mean another situation for us where we've got to figure out, do we ever want that kind of disruption again? How do we look at all the time we've got to look at the system and say, what can we do to make it better? This process is, again, starting that ball rolling in terms of how do we make our system better. We don't propose to, nor did Jared Walker propose to know everything and have every nuance. And since then, some things have changed. So what this process will do is give us an opportunity to, we've heard it already at one level, created a baseline for us. So what we're looking for now is that second layer of engagement. So then we can say, okay, we got it. We've embraced all the comments. We've embraced common sense. We've embraced the times for now, and we're looking for the future. So that's essentially what this process will do.
Okay. And Brian, on Kings Canyon and Blackstone and Shaw are going to be impacted by bus rapid transit. We see the construction going on right now, getting the stops ready. But what you're talking about today is separate from bus rapid transit, right? It's our regular, what I always say, our regular fax buses. So are they even going to be running on the bus rapid transit routes or not? So
when you say they, what
our
we're
fax
doing,
buses are going to the fax program that you have right now for Kings Canyon, Blackstone, and Shaw are going to be replaced by the bus rapid transit buses. Is that correct?
The Blackstone bus and the Kings Canyon Ventura bus will be replaced by BRT.
Okay.
So there's no reason for that duplication. 10-minute service, no reason to have a slower service underneath it.
Bingo.
But I think what really makes this so timely is here it is, we'll have this great north-south service, and then kind of at the lower part of the city, a great east and west service.
Okay.
And very little to complement. So what we're trying to do now is maximize the entire system, not just a line here and a line there? How do we make improvements so I get off BRT and then I catch a bus that takes me through neighborhoods that drives me where I don't want to go? We're trying to say, how do we make it where it's a system that really makes a lot of sense? It's efficient enough for people to say, here are my car keys, I can take the bus today versus driving.
Okay, all right. I like all of that. I like the planning for efficiencies. Brian, is it your team that works on the routes, or is it somebody over at COG, or how does that work?
It's essentially been a combination of both. We've got a person from COG embedded in our staff, so that's one opportunity to get data a little bit larger than what we would derive. But again, I think the process has to be a combination of a couple things. It has to be a combination of data, and it has to be a combination of that public engagement where, so for instance, somebody looking just at the data would say, fine, why go to the hospital when in fact it's kind of a lifeline service to the hospital. So you have to have that second layer of public engagement to be able to say, it makes sense for us to continue to go some places, even though the numbers, the ridership numbers might not seem sufficient. It's more of a lifeline.
And I don't mind a couple of those if the examples always are going to be to a hospital. And I remember back, that's a park, that's a little sketchier. So I remember back when Jared Walker was doing that consultation, essentially they were moving towards council choosing between maximum use of our buses, which I believe I remember they said, concentrated service, faster headways, actually serves more people, or do we want to go out and further reach out into the community, which we create less ridership, but you have X number of dollars, and what is the best model to use? And so you're still operating with that concept. But basically, you're deciding, in order to serve more citizens of the city of Fresno with this department, we're going to reduce service a little bit, bring a faster and more buses on those routes.
Yeah, and just to be clear, what we're really suggesting is that we agree with the consultant's approach.
Okay.
Which is to not follow the sprawl, not try to reach out to the next new development, but to really take care of what we have right now and make improvements as best possible.
Okay. Brian, I do want to ask my buddy Rick Stites to come up, if you'll surrender the microphone. Rick, if you'll come up just for a second. Now, we totally disagree, Rick, on a couple of issues on this deal. And I just brought one of them up because I kind of prefer the model where we serve a lot of customers on a couple of really important routes. But you believe we should reach further out. And you and I have disagreed on an area in my community, which is El Paseo. Yep. But even though we disagree on that, I wanted to hear from you today. So have you been engaged in this process along the way, and what are your general thoughts on this?
Initially, I was invited to participate, and I did. The participation level on my part, or ATU's part, diminished drastically. I was invited to join the Council Transit Committee, which was going to have a number of meetings, which we had one or two, I believe. All the issues were not addressed, and now here we are today. Yeah, we do disagree on a number of things, Councilmember Brandow. Am I here to answer your questions, or
No, I want you to express your thoughts on what you're hearing today. I mean, you and your team are an integral part of this, right? So you should have some chance to say.
Well, unfortunately, or maybe it's for the best, the debate or disagreement continues. Some of these slides that you've seen, impact of sprawl, I think you folks are being given some real bad information. For instance, the non-sprawl courthouse to Blackstone and Shaw is 45 minutes. That's about correct. But then it goes over for a $700,000 cost from the courthouse to Blackstone and Nice, which is 75 minutes. That's an increase of 30 minutes and a travel distance of about 2.5 miles. It's flawed. It's not right. It doesn't take that long. Example number 2. Manchester to Herndon and Milburn currently is about 60 minutes. Manchester to El Paseo, this report is suggesting that it's 80 minutes. I've driven out there with city staff. It's 1.25 miles further. And I still drive a bus, and there would be 1 or 2 bus stops between Milburn and El Paseo. It's about a 4-minute trip, including those stops. This is saying it's going to take another 20 minutes. There was an explanation, well, turnaround time or layover time. That's already built into the 60 minutes that you currently have. So that would just be carried over. I had the same question that Council Member Soria had about who were the stakeholders and when did this take place. I know I've been asked my opinion, but as far as reaching a consensus, I don't recall that ever having, and I think there's been continued differences of opinions. And I don't accept the consensus here that's presented to you today. I don't know if this slide came up. It may have been passed over, but if you guys have hard copies, I don't have the page number. It may be 27. The short-term solution, one of them is to abandon some current routes of service. In your district, Mr. Brandau, and yours, Ms. Soria. This report goes on to say, for instance, Route 22. The entire route deleted, and you look through this, it would be north of Ashland Avenue. And it goes on to say deleted segments are within a quarter-mile walk of service on a nearby bus route. That's incorrect, completely incorrect. Line 22 does service Marks and Bullard. The closest bus route is Herndon Avenue. That's 1 mile. That's to the north. The closest bus route to the south is Shaw. Both of them are at least 1 mile. This would be a disservice to the riding community. Something that I've been led to believe, and I believe it, and it's funding for transit. A lot of the funding comes based on population of the area. What I see being presented here, I think you guys should do both. Figure out a way how to do both. But to go down the track where you're going to, well, let me start over. Funding is based on the population of the area. The population of the area is increasing. Therefore, the funding is increasing. But this proposal is basically reducing service. That's a disservice to the citizens of this community, I think. ATU doesn't get anything out of it. I don't get anything out of it. I'm looking out for our passengers. I still have an opportunity to talk to them. I think I know what their desires are and their wishes. All of our wishes and desires don't come true, but I think there needs to be a lot more discussion on this proposal. I think that council committee needs to be put back together and have thorough discussions of all of these issues.
Thanks, Rick. And another council member might call you back up as well. So I want to ask the council committee, I think it's the three of you sitting closest to me. You guys met over the summertime? Once, twice, what? 3 times this summer? So was Rick not invited or what? I mean, he's on the committee. Or he was originally asked to be.
Member Bates.
Yeah, you can, I don't mind answering since I formed the committee. Yeah, Rick's been a part of probably 2 out of the 3 meetings. I think Rick may have missed 1 meeting.
Oh, no, I don't mean meetings that happened back in
Yeah, you're talking about the summer.
You guys met 3 times just this summer?
Well, not over the summer, but over the last several, probably like 5 or 6 months.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Was that your only question?
Yeah, that was. I just want to make sure that you guys were meeting and that Rick was included, because I had a conversation with him, to be honest, and I felt like he was somewhat surprised by everything that's being presented today.
If I could.
Yeah.
As I said at the beginning of the presentation, this is the beginning of the community process. What we're asking for, and I will refer back to the item in your agenda, And the recommendation is for the council to conceptually approve the proposed fax restructuring, conceptually, pursuant to the Public Transportation Strategic Service Evaluation Study, and for the department to move forward with the community outreach requirements as stipulated by the Federal Transit Administration. So the issue is before you today is that after a year or 18 months, we're either going to fish or cut bait. Our recommendation is that we fish, that the department go out, they issue an RFP to hire a consulting firm who will oversee this community input process, who will weigh in on the proposed changes, whether they accept them or not, or they like them or not. And then based on that input, including from ATU, but also including from the ridership, we'll come back, and it'll probably take 6 to 8 months, we'll come back with a revised plan for the council's further consideration. There is nothing today being presented that is etched in stone. This is to kick off the program or kick off the process to seek the community input. We may come back and have the community say, hey, we just like it the way it is. Mm-hmm. It may be a little inconvenient, but at least it gets me some places that I couldn't get if you eliminated this other service. Or there may be an option where we can do a little of both rather than everything. But this, again, is the first step in kicking off the process that Councilmember Brando, you have been asking us to kick off, and we are asking basically your concurrence to go do it. And that's what we wanted. That's why we made the presentation today.
And Councilman Baines was just about to light me up. You kind of saved me. Because,
so remember that later on.
Yeah, because you're right. This is something I've actually been hounding all of you guys on for 9 months or so. And so I'm not going to stand in the way. I am very glad, Brian, that your department ended up, come hell or high water, kind of working it out and agreeing with Jarrett Walker's conclusion. We could have done this 9 months ago, easy. But we have a lot of other things to cover, I understand. But I'd be supportive of you going out and testing the community, getting them involved, and asking for direction. So I'd be supportive of that. Brian, I do want a personal meeting on this issue so I can even understand it a little bit better. All right, thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Member Baines.
Thank you. And I'll make my comments quick because Bruce said some of what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to just really quickly remind the council and the public and Rick that this process is not even close to being done. This is not a finalized or fixed proposal. The council subcommittee is not disbanded, and we will continue to meet. But council members, particularly Councilmember Brandau, have been asking for an efficiently run fax system. So we put the committee together to accomplish exactly that. We are now moving down the route to do that. This is what it looks like. This is the process. So it is not going to be just ATU and the council subcommittee that are going to come and make a recommendation to us. This community as a whole will weigh in on some of these proposals. I can suspect that some things may change in its final form. Some things may stay the same, but we're not done with input. This is simply allowing us to move this process forward. So it will be good for us to kind of keep that in perspective as we march down. This is not the end. This is really the beginning. And this is really what this council asked for. And I know sometimes we forget what we asked for, and then we're like, oh my God, what are we doing? Well, this is it. This is what we asked for. So we're going down the route because maybe a little bit. Maybe you were like, what are we doing? And, so I know. But Rick can be assured that you're not cut out of the process. You're still very much involved, and we're not even close to being done. So there's still more time for input. So I just kind of wanted to lay the foundation for that and just say that so that, people understand where we're going. The community still has to weigh in. So whether we think something's a good idea in this building, or whether Rick and ATU think something's a good idea, the community will be the ultimate deciders of what the best ideas for this proposal will be. And we will listen to them much more than we listen to ourselves pontificate in this building or in our meetings. So the community and the input from our ridership and our stakeholders will be an integral part of this process as well. So with that, Council President, thank you.
Thank you for that perspective. Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to make a couple comments. And just for the record, and I know that I've been part of the transit committee, I have actually been vocal about some of the elimination of the routes. So just for the record, it's not that I'm putting this forward and saying that I'm supportive of the existing proposal. I want to see what the community says. That's important, really important for me to understand. I do want to, just appreciate the work that you have been doing along with Bruce in helping address some of the issues that I've brought forward with you, the Clinton and Weber area and opportunity there, but also still to some degree, and I agree with Rick in eliminating some of the routes in that area, in the neighborhood in District 1 that is, closer to the 99. I still have a challenge in terms of accepting that. So I really want to hear from the residents that do utilize the services in that area. And then I know that for years, area west of the 99 has followed the city's growth pattern, but I think bus service still is lacking, and I think this is something that I've brought forward. I am of the belief I want to really increase frequency. That's really important for me for the inner city, but I also represent an area of city that needs access to public transit, and so I do believe that access is important, and so I think that we have to make a best effort to, one, yes, increase the frequency, but at the same time figure out how we look at opportunities to provide access to those areas. One of the areas that I'm most concerned of, and I know that I've highlighted this numerous times in the community west of the 99 is talking about it a lot in my district, is access to the universally accessible park. So we planned for a park west of the 99, which to some degree is comparable to, close to a regional park because it's a bigger park. And there's no bus service or access to get close enough to this park. The other issue is that where the bus stop leaves folks on Shaw and Polk or that area, the issue that I've brought forward also to the city manager is the lack of infrastructure. And, we've had this debates about, how are we going to get to address the infrastructure issues, because we have people that are disabled in our community that want to get to the park. I actually have a lot of pictures that I was going to show, but I'm not going to belabor this because you guys have heard it from me. But there is a need to build accessibility. If we can't get a bus stop that is close enough, we need to really get serious and committed about figuring out how we get resources to build the infrastructure so that kids walking to the park, so people that are disabled are able to access this great park. And so I'm looking forward to the engagement of the community. And, I appreciate the work that has been done before your time and right now through your leadership to get to this place and provide us, a starting point. But I just want to make sure that for the record that people know that I am not in complete support of what is being proposed. I want to really hear and flesh out what the community really needs and, how we can complement that with the data that we have. Because one of the concerns that I've heard for my argument that we need access to west of the 99 is, well, we don't, people are not riding there. Well, they're not riding there because there are no existing bus lines. And it's the same issue that we've brought forward with bike lanes before, where we don't want to put a bike lane because there's no bike riders. Well, bike riders are not going to go through a street where they feel it's not safe. And so again, some of that data doesn't exist because there are no routes that show and support data to build those routes that may be actually needed to be built to provide access, especially to folks west of the 99. I know I'm probably confident that those are similar issues that my council colleague faces with the southwest area, where there's a number of residents that public transportation is their only way to get around the city, to get to the job, to get to school, to get to the grocery store. And so, which is why I agreed to be on the committee, because I do believe that this is a very important service that we provide to our residents. And so, I look forward to continuing the conversation, to hearing from the community, from the residents, to see how we can and address those challenges that I've already raised, because I think that they are worthy of looking and exploring at opportunities to doing some type of alternative route or deviated route. So getting creative, and I know that we can do it. We have great experts. I know in you and then in Bruce in terms of working with our fax system. So I have confidence that we can be creative in assuring that we do increase the frequency, but at the same time, don't leave other folks behind that really do need also access to service.
And thank you for your work on the committee. Thank you.
Member Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. The first thing I'd like to do is thank Mr. Marshall and, of course, City Manager's team and also your team, Kathleen, and everyone for the fantastic job you've done on BRT construction. Outstanding job. I think the impact that has been made to traffic along Blackstone in this first phase has been almost unnoticeable and minimal. Really good job. I've had a chance to step out and see what you've done at Walgreens, in front of Walgreens there, and some other locations on Blackstone. Fantastic job. Really looking forward to seeing the stations go in and the old Las Vegas machines go in as well to take the fares when that starts. And hoping, fingers crossed, for continued success, not just when on construction, but when we actually start running BRT buses. You know, this is just kind of an aside and something I've noticed. You mentioned that the idea is to try and get people to leave the car at home and instead use the bus. I was at a COG meeting last week, and Tony Boren, the director of our COG, said, you know, we have tried so hard, but we can't get people out of their cars. And COG, with their Measure C budget and trying so many things to get people to, you know, leave the Camry or the Benz at home, it just doesn't work. So, I mean, I don't know if that's the official mission statement of the fax department to try and get folks to get out of their cars, but I think just in terms of a mission statement and organizationally, I believe that it's important to have one. That's to get people where they need to go, the doctor, school, work, on time, and get them home at night. I've been a big advocate for a sweeper bus to take our working people home after work, and I realize that you're doing whatever you can to do that. But I think it would be. I mean, I realize that the system probably can't do it right now, or there's no demand for it, or else there would be one. But that's something I'd like to see. You know, I also realize that what we're operating here at the City of Fresno in the fax department, we do as a public service, that it's not a private business. I know that 20% of the budget comes in from what we take in at the fare box, right? 20 cents on the dollar actually comes in from the customers that the riders that we take around the city. Everything else comes in through grants. And so, I mean, that's evidence that it is a public. It goes along with the industry standard, which is this is a public service that we provide, and it isn't a moneymaker. If it were a moneymaker, then private companies would do it. But unfortunately, because it's not, then it becomes incumbent upon the public to provide some public transportation for people to get around. And I know that you know all this, but I mean, I think that's important to remember, especially for this body to just keep in mind that, you know, we could have an efficiency expert come in and recommend changes that would be catastrophic for the bus riding public. Their routes disappear. It becomes a very user-unfriendly and inconvenient system, and in the name of efficiency. But because it is a public service that we provide, I'm with my colleagues in that I think that we need to just keep that in mind as we try to provide as much service to as many people as possible. Whether or not it makes sense or works is you know, unfortunately, I think that completely making sense in this case is a casualty of the fact that we are providing a service to the public. But I'm looking forward to learning more as we move forward. I'd like to participate as much as possible and be of service as much as I possibly can. I would like to take a meeting also with you offline, Mr. Marshall. You're always very accommodating. You come to my office and get me educated on whatever it is you're working on. But I know that there are people who want to see a bus to go to El Paseo, not just for customers, but also for people who are going to work out there. And I know that there are locations, the Parnagians out that operate Fowler Packing and other businesses in the southeast part of our community would love to see bus service go to that corporate park. So, hearing. I'm glad we're going out. I'm glad we're bringing stakeholders. I'm glad we're going to include our partners from collective bargaining, because I think that all those voices are necessary at the table as we figure this thing out, and that contracting the system may not always be the answer, especially when, if it's a 4-minute, if it's a 10-minute turnaround out to El Paseo, that may spur economic activity, and it might help some of our folks who are looking for work a better opportunity to work. So I'm interested in this process as we go forward, and I'll take a meeting with you offline. But thank you for what you do, and Northern Districts, you have nothing to fear with BRT construction because they did a good job in the South, and they'll continue to bring that efficiency and good construction up north.
We fear empty buses. But
okay, that I think concludes our comments from the dais. Thank you, Director Marshall.
Thank you.
I got a late punch up. Member Brand.
Just one question. At one time, there was service to the Willow campus of the State Center. I know that was cut back. Any plan to ever bring that back?
No, it's doubtful. Again, I think the cost element to that, the cost benefit, is pretty tight. It's pretty tight. So I doubt. I think Bruce may also want to weigh in on it.
I think it's the same scenario that we just debated, whether it's going to a park or going to a retail shopping center that's built out on the edge of town. The offer still stands. It would be more cost effective for us to buy State Center Community College, although they got plenty of money, to buy them a van and let them operate that van themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Quintero.
Seems like we're kind of covering all over the city, so I'm going to chime in on one budget ago, Mr. Marshall. I mentioned the route that goes out to Malaga, about the possibility of it looping down at Chestnut and Jensen toward Willow and doing a turnaround. And you were going to check into that to see if that was doable, because we have a mobile home park there with elderly, and then right across the street is apartments with elderly. And then it's a neighborhood with low-income folks, and nobody ever got back to me on that.
My apologies. Okay, all right. According to the planner, essentially we'll come very close to there, and I think it's on the slide already.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take a look at that a little bit more and then probably get back to you, okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Quintero. One final question. What's the timeline on the next phase of this project?
The need is to hire a company that would do an equity analysis. And that equity analysis just ensures that we are not creating a disparate impact on by race, by economics, a number of factors. So that group should get on board. We would start we would hope they would start in January, begin to prepare all the necessary things, begin to build the schedule for public engagement around the fall, be done with the process around July, and then allow us to be able to work. So we would end up in concert with the rollout of BRT.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Since this is a workshop, it's not open to public comment, so we'll close, and thank you and your staff again for all your work.
Thank you
sir.
all very much. Thank you.
We're going to try something different, so we're a little bit behind, so we're going to go to the 250 item, which is a continued joint meeting of the City of Fresno, the successor agency, and the Fresno Revitalization Corporation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The first item, only item we have on the agenda today, the housing successor owns the property at 473 North Glen. It's in the Lowell neighborhood, and it was purchased for the purpose of affordable housing. It has 8 uninhabitable units and was appraised at $45,000. Mr. Brad Hardy and Wayne Rutledge, who are here with us today, proposed to purchase the property for $20,000 and rehab all 8 units, estimated at about $500,000. They're doing this rehab with 100% owner equity, no cash contribution from the agency nor from any third party. They'll covenant one of the units at the extremely low income level, that for 55 years. That's 30% of average median income. The purchase and sale agreement's in your packet. We've made 3 minor changes that I just want to briefly review, highlight for the record. We now have 10 days for a deposit, not 15 days for the entire purchase. We have 45 days to close, not 60 to close, and with proper notice in a timely manner that the buyer can receive the deposit back. This offer enables us to purchase an extremely low-income covenant on a newly refurbished unit for $25,000, which is the land write-down. There is no cash contribution by the agency, and the rehab is costing, let's say on average, the buyer $62,000. So we're able to buy a covenant for $25,000. It helps the agency meet its requirements and objectives of the SB 341. It returns a long vacant blighted property back to the neighborhood as an asset with 8 new units, and it retains a vintage property. So with that, we highly recommend your approval of this item. And again, the buyers are in the audience if you care to have questions for either of us.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We will take this out to the public for public comment. If anyone in the community wishes to come forward and comment on this item, this is the opportunity to do so. Seeing none, we'll bring it back up here. We have a motion by Member Baines to approve. I'll second it. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 5-0 with members Olivier and Soria absent. So let's go to the 240 since we're going to work backwards. This is a continued hearing to reconsider a plan application filed by Dirk Pischel of Land Development. Staff, that would be DARM.
Thank you, President Capriolio. Just waiting on my presentation here. Thank you. Kira Noguera with the Development and Resource Management Department. The item before you is a plan amendment and a rezone. Plan amendment A16-004 and rezone R16-005. The project site is located on the east side of Maple Avenue between Shaw and Gettysburg, just south of the Fresno State campus. Sorry. The plan amendment would change the land use designation of the site from medium-high density residential to urban neighborhood. And the corresponding rezoning would be from RM1 to RM2. This would allow for an increase in density. The existing would be an allowance for 12 to 16 units per acre. The proposed would be between 16 and 30 units per acre. The item before you is just the plan amendment and rezone. We do have some preliminary exhibits for a student housing project that would be applied for as a development review permit at a later time. The project was heard by the Planning Commission on August 3rd. Members of the public did attend and express concern with the increased density allowance related to traffic congestion, parking in the neighborhood, as well as privacy concerns with the taller buildings. Given that the future development review permit process could address those concerns further beyond the existing mitigated neg deck and staff report that was prepared, and considering that District 4 approved the project unanimously, the Planning Commission did approve the project with a 6-0 vote. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Well done. We'll take this out to the public now. Anyone in our community wish to come forward and comment on this, please do so. And you'll have 3 minutes. Give us your name and address. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Council President. I'm Dirk Puschel on behalf of the applicant. To be very brief, they own, operate, and built Bulldog Village, which we think is an excellent example of their capabilities to provide high-quality, market-rate student housing. They will be tearing down the Vintage Woods apartments that were built in the 1980s, and frankly, they were probably not built very well in the 1980s. We are about, the subject site is approximately a third of a mile from Fresno State. We believe that there are a series of advantages that inure to the community by this plan amendment being approved: increased density, improved air quality, public health. Some of the conversations you've had recently about increased public benefits of public transit. We also believe that there's a significant benefit associated with having high quality student housing, where Fresno State can be more competitive with other universities. And we also have information that suggests that people who live in this housing are more likely to stay in Fresno after they've graduated from Fresno State. This represents a $26 million investment in a piece of property that is by any means, by any definition, bypassed and dilapidated. We have hired one of the best architects that specialize in student housing in the country. We've done certain things that we think are important to mitigate potential impacts, and I want to state that for the record that the renderings that we presented to the Planning Commission and the Neighborhood Outreach, that what we submit to your staff for final approval will be in substantial conformity to those presentations. We're going to maintain the existing landscaping, the mature trees in the front yard. There's a setback on the height of the building. We have a written agreement with the campus church with respect to various mitigation measures, gated security. Also, national studies indicate that projects such as this actually have a lower traffic profile than apartments because the kids are more likely to ride their bikes and walk to school, particularly in this case when you're a third of a mile from Fresno State. If I may just have a moment to talk to you about our outreach program, because I think that's very important. We met very early on with city staff, brought our architects from Boise, spent a considerable amount of time talking about the general plan and design guidelines. We met with fire safety and also had a unanimous support from your advisory committee in Councilman Capriolo's district. We met early on with Campus Bible Church, and we have an agreement with them about certain responsibilities in and around the property. We sent out notices to 250 property owners and invited them to an outreach meeting, of which 7 people appeared. 2 of them supported the project, 5 had some concerns. We were unanimously successful at the Planning Commission, and just to say that after the Planning Commission meeting, I introduced myself again, gave my business card to everyone and said, if you'd like to talk to me, we'd be happy to meet you at your house or wherever, what's convenient for you. No one responded. And as I understand it, in communication with Councilman Capriolo's office, the phone messages that your staff has received have all been in support of the project. Staff has outlined the reasons why this plan amendment and rezoning are appropriate. We concur with their recommendation, and we thank them for their efforts and ask that you support the project, as did your Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well done. The screen is clear. This is in my district, and I strongly urge any other $26 million investor to come forward to District 4, especially around the university. We would really appreciate that. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. Have a second by Member Baines. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you all very much. 230, number 2. We've covered that with Karana, so that was approved. Next will be the 230 item 1, hold a public hearing and approval regarding non-exclusive franchise for roll-off collection services.
How you doing?
And good morning, sir.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, yeah.
I know, it went by quick, didn't it?
Thank you, sir.
You have good afternoon, Council and Council President, Council, and City Manager's Office. You have before you the final leg of the non-exclusive roll-off franchise, which is the hearing. The Council approved the ordinance in June of 2011, adding 16 members to the non-exclusive roll-off franchises. Since then, we've added several more, and this is the last stage in the addition of 2 additional non-exclusive roll-off franchises, one of which I know is in the audience. So at this point, staff recommends that we hold the hearing, allow for public comment, and approve this item, and allow them to become part of the non-exclusive roll-off franchise.
Thank you very much. Best presentation of the day. Thank you. We'll take this out to the public. Anyone in the public wish to come forward? This is your opportunity. If you'd like to address the council. Seeing none, back to the dais here. The screen is clear. Do we have a motion? Motion by Member Baines. I'll second. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Brand absent. Okay. This is, we don't, normally at this time we would address contested consent calendar items, and there are none on the agenda, so we'll move along. Under general administration. Next is item 2A, approve a funding agreement with the Fresno County Transportation Authority. Good morning or afternoon. Keep wanting to turn back the clock so I can be on task.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. This item pertains to the Midtown Trail project. It's also been called the Bankside Trail, connecting from Manchester Center to near the airport, McKinley and Clovis Avenue, and then up to the Clovis Old Town Trail at Clovis and Shields. This is a project that's been both a priority for our mayor and also that this council supported in previous actions. The council supported 5 different grant applications for projects along this corridor and also in the budget process. And I know we also had a great Fresno-Clovis joint meeting, and trails was one of the key topics of conversation. This has been something underway for close to a year. It's been through several committees, the Measure C Citizens Oversight Committee, Fresno COG committees, and also the Transportation Authority Board, and has met approval along each step along the way. This is a real win-win for the city. This funding agreement will advance $4.6 million of Measure C Trails funding that would have come to us over several years. But now it'll be in the city's hands to expedite and advance the project quickly. Staff's available with any questions, and we'd recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Anyone in the public wish to comment? This is the opportunity. Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, back to us, and that would be Member Brandow.
Thanks a lot, Council President. Scott, I did want to ask about this project to see if there's an update since we had the groundbreaking event or the public press conference event. What is the current time frame for the trail to be, let's just say, initiated and completed?
The first segment between Fresno Street and First Street on the south side of Shields Avenue would break ground in 2017, and the rest would be constructed starting 2018. So with this agreement, that enables all of that to get into construction in 2018. And it's just a time frame, typically about 5 to 6 months for a construction contract window once we start. And to the first question, some update of what's been happening since then, since the press conference. I'm pleased to share the Fresno Irrigation District has been very helpful to city staff and our consultant in meeting together, doing field walks along the Bankside Trail as proposed, figuring out which side of the bank is the best location, and how we're going to maintain and take care of it after it's done, how it'll work for FID and for the city.
Okay, so if I heard you correctly, part of the trail's going to, the initial segment's going to be begun next summer, 2017?
That's correct.
And then the rest of the trail will be begun in 2018. And it has about a 6-month window once you begin the certain segment project, is that correct?
That's correct. And we envision it being built in a couple of different construction contracts in that 2018 piece. Okay. So most likely one would start around the summer, and I'd envision another one around the fall.
All right. Well, we were very successful in pushing this through FCTA. I'm going to continue to support, so I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that motion. The screen is clear. I wanted to thank you, pass our thank you to the FID. It was a long, arduous process, but we're getting there, which is fantastic. As well as your department, the administration, everybody involved. This is a great opportunity for the city of Fresno, and just another addition that will make our city greater than it is today. We have a lot of latecomers today. Member Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. It's not my intention to be a killjoy about this. I've supported this project. I support trails. I support people getting outside and walking. Of course, this trail, I know exactly where it is. It goes very close to my home. And that area around Manchester is really beset by vagrancy. And 2 days ago, I was on the phone with the police department for a business at Princeton and Blackstone because of an issue with a vagrant in front of a business. The business owner couldn't open up her store because of this issue. So it's vagrancy in this area where this trail is going in is a permanent reality. And so what steps do you know, or city manager or whoever's working on this project, is this going to be addressed? What in terms of the safety and security of the trail, just for people who are using it? I would hate to have the trail begin to decay as we see transients begin to take it over.
Council, one thing I'd like to share initially, and then defer to our city
Please.
manager. But one thing I know that we've seen in sections of where we have trails in Fresno, and also in working with the city of Clovis, we found the more trail users we get through a certain area, the less comfortable transients, vagrants would be in that area. And people, they don't appreciate a high volume of traffic, pedestrians and cyclists going by, and typically then move on.
Okay. Well, I hope that's the case, and of course, if it's not, then I'll be relying to continue to rely on our friends from the police department to try and remedy that. Just when Caltrans cleared those bushes along the 41 where the Starbucks is, and the Deli Delicious and the Panda out in front of Manchester Center, that had been a known location where vagrants would hang out and spend the night in those bushes. But when those were taken out, I actually received a call from one of the neighbors that they were pleased to see those go. So I'm anticipating we may get some calls, but it's my hope that we don't. But we'll definitely be keeping an eye on it. So thank you, Mr. Mosher. Thanks.
Thank you. We have a motion by Member Brandow, seconded by Council President. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you. Item 2B, actions pertaining to the installation of water mains. This is in District 2 and partially the Fresno County. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Lal Gunwadhan, Design Services Manager, Public Works, Capital Management Division. The item before you pertains to the installation of water mains in the neighborhood streets bounded by Bullard Avenue, Venice Avenue, Rainwood Lane, and Pleasant Avenue, with file number 3393. This project is located in District 2 and the Fresno County. Staff recommends that the council Staff recommends that the council adopt a finding of categorical exemption for staff determination pursuant to section 15302C of the CEQA guidelines and award a construction contract in the amount of $2,444,991 to West Valley Construction Company of Fresno as the lowest responsible bidder, and authorize Public Works Director or his designee to sign a standardized construction contract on behalf of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this particular item, please come forward. There are none. We will come back up here and go to Member Brandow.
All right. Scott or Bruce, you might be the best ones to ask this question to. We're going to do some repaving on Bullard next year based upon the budget that we passed this last June. Right? I see that smile.
Well, actually, I asked him the same question. So give the council member the same answer you gave me, Scott.
So, Council, there is one block of this water main that is going in Bullard Avenue in the county on the north side of Bullard. And that's a section where that trench will be repaved, but then the whole street's being repaved in the area around it. So this, in fact, this is actually the perfect time to get the water mains in now for utilities to do that work, because we don't want to pave the street and then have it cut into later.
Bingo. You guys knew exactly where I was going. Okay, good. That's all I needed to know. I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Member Brandow, seconded by Member Olivier. All those in favor? Opposed? 7-0. Thank you.
So the question is council member, are you beginning to think like me, or am I beginning to think like you?
Both those propositions are dangerous.
Whatever it is, don't tell the mayor.
Either one is very dangerous. Okay. Item 2C, approve an amendment to consultant services. And good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council President. This Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This is a recommendation to approve the First Amendment to the Professional Engineering Consultant Services Agreement with Blair Church and Flynn Engineers in the amount of $999,996. Blair Church and Flynn is the engineer of record for the Recharge Fresno Phase 2 Regional Transmission Mains project and must certify that the project was constructed in general accordance with the project construction documents. The purpose of the amendment is to provide compensation to Blair Church and Flynn for comprehensive services during the construction portion of the project and for engineering services related to the change in alignment of RTM Segment C. Approval of the First Amendment will increase Blair Church and Flynn's total contract value to $3,836,191 for all services associated with the Phase 2 Regional Transmission Mains. First Amendment has been approved as to form by the City Attorney's Office, and we recommend it for approval.
Thank you very much. Community comment portion is open. Anyone wish to come forward? Okay, we'll close that and come to the council. Screen is clear. Any late punchers? Anybody interested? No? Do we have a motion? Motion by Member Baines. I'll second it. All in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you, folks. I'd like to go to City Council item 4A, Council Boards and Commissions, Communications Reports, etc. Is there anyone that wish to address any one of those boards, commissions, etc.? Member Baines.
Thanks, Council President. And I'll just give an update on my air board service. As you all know, I sit on the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. And one of the things that I just want to make this council aware of, and I plan to have the Air Board staff come and make this presentation to us pretty soon. We're reaching a point of, and dare I say crisis, and I don't want to be too alarmist, but the EPA is placing certain interpretations of the Clean Air Act across the country, and those certain interpretations are going to have really detrimental effects to us here in the Valley, to the point where we could essentially lose all of our federal funding for transportation and highway maintenance, leading up into the federal government taking over the district. It's actually very, very serious. We in the Air District are preparing a very strategic approach to dealing with the EPA that could actually include suing them. And we're actively discussing that now. So I just want council to be aware that in the coming weeks, I'm probably going to ask for this council to get a briefing on the seriousness of the situation that we face here in Fresno, with the potential loss of all of our federal transportation dollars. So I don't know what that would do to our budget, Bruce, but it would be pretty serious. And in every city, in all of the 8 counties in the entire San Joaquin Valley Air Basin would face that same eventuality. So anyhow, it's high time that we probably as a city are going to have to get engaged in this discussion and really stand up to the federal government for some of the way that they're interpreting the Clean Air Act. So, FYI.
Thank you for that update. Screen is clear. Let's go to item 2D as in David, a bill amending certain sections of the municipal code regarding electronic filing. Clerk's office. Todd, you're wearing several hats today. You wear them well.
Todd Sturmer, City Clerk's Office. This bill, this is cleaning up language in our municipal code. Assembly bill, I don't have the number off the top of my head. An Assembly bill changed the legislative rules regarding reporting requirements. They changed the minimum to become, the minimum dollar amount to be required to become a committee, an election committee, from $1,000 to $2,000. And our municipal code still references the $1,000 threshold in order to file your documents. The section in question requires anyone running in the city to file their documents electronically, and it does reference that $1,000 threshold. What we've done is we've removed the reference to the $1,000 because there are many different thresholds where one would be required to file documents according to the government code. So removing that $1,000 reference fixes the problem. It makes us, fixes the problem. So
very good.
There we are. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Should we take it out to the public?
And we will do that right now. Anyone, it's a tough person to follow, Todd, here, but anyone in the public wish to come forward and address this item, this is the opportunity. And there are none. Back to the dais. Screen is clear. Motion by Member Soria. I'll second it. All those in favor? Passes 6-0 with Member Olivier absent. At this point, we'll go into closed session. City Attorney?
Yes, we have items in closed session, including potential litigation versus LAFCO and labor negotiation concerning the listed bargaining units. We do need to allow for public comment before we go into closed session.
Is there anyone in the public that wishes to come forward and address any of those items? This is the opportunity. I see some friendly faces out there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we'll close public comment and go into closed session. Thank you, folks. So we'll go to General Administration, item 2E, which is actions pertaining to IAFF non-management fire. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Ken Phillips, Labor Relations Manager in the Personnel Services Department. Today, we're asking Council to approve an MOU with Local 753 of the International Association of Firefighters, which replaces terms and conditions that were instituted in July of 2014. The new MOU with Fire Basic runs through June 30th of 2018, and it includes 1, changes in wages and other terms and conditions of employment. 2, a restoration of terms which could not be included in the terms and conditions. And it implements changes in pension contributions for employees hired before July 14th of 2014. You're also being asked to approve the salary resolution amendment, which implements changes in compensation in accordance with the MOU. The details are in the documents before you. As part of the staff presentation, I would like to invite one of our partners in this process, James Scoggins, who is on the executive board of Local 753.
Good evening, Council.
Welcome.
Council President, thank you. I'd just like to say on behalf of the Fresno City Firefighters, thank you. Thank you to our team. Thank you to Ken and Mr. Cardell. Thank you to Bruce and his staff. Thank you to the mayor. And thank you to our chief. Chief Donis has been a tremendous leader, and we're very proud of her, and we thank her very much. I'd like to speak in support of the contract and ask for your support and a yes vote for our contract moving forward. We feel this is a very important step for us in a long, hard road, and we finally like to put it behind us and move forward. We're very happy. And the members that were able to attend and vote on the contract, it was almost overwhelming. It was overwhelmingly supported, almost unanimous. Our members feel very good about it, and we thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone in the public wish to address this item, please come forward. Seeing none, back to the dais. And we have member, did you make a motion, Member Soria? Okay, and a second by Member Baines. Back to our leadership up here. Lee Brand, you're up.
I wanted to thank James for and your working with your members to put this thing together. I know we're close a couple of years ago. We had to unfortunately do an imposition, but I think we've come a long way. And the key provisions that I think protect the financial integrity of the city on the retirement pension side and on the health care were agreed upon, and I think the others are fair. So again, I'm all in favor. So I want to thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I also just wanted to thank you, James, for being here this afternoon. Thank you to all the parties that have been involved in the negotiation. In particular, I think the firefighters that serve the city of Fresno that over the years have sacrificed a lot and have given and have been patient. And I know that there was moments, this was before my time, when you guys were imposed on, and so I heard from many of the members what that meant, and so I'm very glad to actually be making the motion this afternoon to really make sure that our firefighters get what they deserve and that we continue to move forward together on a positive note.
Member Baines.
So I just, of course, join my colleagues in acknowledging the difficulty in this contract and getting to this point, and really want to thank the leadership of the firefighters for getting to this point. I want to certainly thank the negotiating team because I know there always has to be movement on both sides, and it should be acknowledged that our internal team did a great job working with you guys. And James, personally, you've been a great supporter, in my opinion, of what firefighters are, but also keeping the bridge close with this, my colleagues and I. So we appreciate that very much, and I'm very happy to be supportive of this contract today. It's been a long time coming. We went through some really, really rough times, and not too long ago, actually, it was some really, really rough times. So happy, as you said, to put this moment behind us.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next is item 2F, actions pertaining to Local 39.
Thank you, Council. In this instance, we are asking you to approve a side letter, which has resulted from an agreement on changes resulting from a classification and compensation study mandated in the MOU between the city and Local 39. Along with the side letter, we're asking you to approve a salary resolution to implement the salary changes and an annual appropriation resolution for additional costs. I do have one correction to the side letter exhibit and the salary resolution amendment. If you would please amend it to read the salary range for class of wastewater treatment operator in training should be 3223 to 3917 instead of the range in the documents before you. This is the same range assigned to the wastewater distributor technician. Your approval will allow the city to update pay relationships both internally and externally, address recruitment and retention issues, and reorganize classifications in the water and wastewater divisions. Additional details and information are in the documents before you. We ask that you approve it with the one noted correction. And I'd like to invite our partner in this process, Marina Magdaleno, the business representative for Local 39, to share the staff report.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you all, too. Thank you. I don't have to say my name and address, right?
You could if you like. It's traditional.
This has been a long road for the city and ourselves. I wasn't alone in this endeavor. We had several members of our unit who participated in the wage study and in the information, and we work collectively together as a group. And we worked. I want to commend, my counterpart here, Ken, because he was intricate, and then T.J. Miller took over when Ken had to leave. But most of the work had already been done. We just had to finalize some things. But it's still a process because, we go back and forth. We all want to prove our point, but we did it with respect, and I'm pleased with the outcome. Of course, I always want more, you know that, but it's fair. Our members, a few years back when we negotiated our contract back in 2007, because we were having such hard times at the time with recruitment, specifically in the areas of water and wastewater, we implemented certificate pays. And we had cert pays, but they were for certs that were above and beyond what was required of their jobs. So what part of this wage does, it also incorporated those cert pays into their current salaries. And so now, it's a condition of their employment that they have these certifications, and what they were being paid for the cert in that class, just for what is required, will go away because it's now been folded into their pay. We have had challenges. The departments throughout the city of Fresno has had many challenges in recruiting and retaining. We have lost probably 50% or more of our mechanics. With that went the institutional knowledge that they have had because they've taken jobs in Clovis, the school, Fresno Unified, Central Unified, because they pay much more than the city of Fresno pays. And so we have struggled just as the county has struggled. And I don't know if you saw the article here about probation officers. And it's been very, very bad because we cannot keep employees, and we have positions that have been vacant for more than 2 years because we cannot attract that workforce. We have one of our highest paid positions, which is the senior heavy equipment operator, which is what builds our streets, in the city, our roads, all of these things that are happening. When we would have 100+ people applying for those positions, we had less than 7 in the last recruitment, and they were all internal candidates. Nobody from the external side came out and applied. And then we have to, deal with backfilling the positions from the internals that get promoted, and it's just been a very, very difficult and challenging process. So this is a step in the right direction. It doesn't make a total correction, but I think it will be very beneficial to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a time for community comment. Anyone from the community wish to come forward? Now's your opportunity. Seeing none, Member Soria.
I also just, again, want to thank folks that worked together to bring this forward to the council. As mentioned, it was a long time coming. I think that this gives us the opportunity for us to become more competitive, be able to address some of the recruitment and retention issues, and in the end also bring parity, which I think is very also important. And so I'm excited to be able to support it, so we'll make a motion.
Motion by Member Soria, second by Member Baines. All in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Action item 2G. Sure. Thank you. Now we'll go to 2G, actions pertaining to the airport public safety officers. Mr. Phillips, good to see you again.
Council, we're asking you to approve in this instance a successor MOU with the Fresno Airport Public Safety Officers Association, which is represented by Operating Engineers Local 3. This MOU would run through June 30th of 2018 and includes changes in wages and other terms of conditions of employment. We are also asking you to approve the salary resolution amendment implementing changes in compensation to implement the MOU. This is actually the second MOU for this group since it's been reinstituted. The details are in the documents before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Community comment is now open. Anyone wish to come forward from the community? Seeing none back here. I'll make a motion to approve since airport public safety is in my area. Second by Member Baines. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you. Item 2H, actions pertaining to Local 100 IBEW.
Thank you, Council. Before you is a successor MOU with IBEW, which represents our groups and crafts. This MOU would run through June 30 of 2017, next year. It includes changes in wages and other terms and conditions of employment and implements a higher employee pension contribution for new employees. We're also asking you to approve the salary resolution amendment, which implements changes in compensation to implement the MOU. Again, details are in the documents before you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Community comment, this is the opportunity. Please come forward and give us your name and your address. You'll have 3 minutes. Closing public comment. Anybody have a motion on this item? Motion by Member Soria, second by Member Baines. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. I think that concludes our calendar. We'll have to come back for our 5 o'clock item and then our 6, and we'll be done for the day and try to keep us on schedule. Thank you all very much.
To this action. The first one is map changes. And after the adoption of the updated citywide zoning map in February, we were given direction to bring forward anything that we noticed that was not quite right with it as we were implementing it, if we noticed those things, and also if any property owners requested to revert back to something more similar to what they had, and that didn't conflict with our environmental impact report or any important general plan policies, then we would bring those forward too. So we have 44 sites. 15 of them are the property owner requests, like I mentioned. The rest are minor errors or other needed changes that we noticed, and we talked a little bit about those last week. One change is that the property owner for site number 3 has requested that their property not be acted upon tonight. They would like to leave their zoning designation and planned land use as it is. They want to still be potentially considered at a future cleanup if that happens, but they would prefer not to be acted upon this evening. Part 2 is a group of text changes in the similar vein, fine-tuning and improving functionality of the development code text that was adopted in December and January recently. And so there are a couple pages of these things which were included in your staff report. We talked a little bit about them on the 18th. Generally, these are clarifications. These improve internal consistency, and these are procedural improvements. We went before the Planning Commission and the design review committees and district implementation committees that we have here at the city. The Planning Commission recommended approval, including an errata sheet that was brought to them that night. That's already been included in your agenda packet, and they recommended approval of all that. The implementation committees and design review committees all recommended approval or had no comments to offer. The minor exception is District 1. They met on Tuesday. They were the last ones that we met with, and they recommended approval of all the map changes and all the text changes with the exception of the changes to Article 49, which affected the certainty versus flexibility option system that we had devised in January for multifamily and mixed-use districts. So they had no problems with any of the other text changes, but they wanted to recommend changes relating to those. And so the District 1 recommended changes, there are 3 of them, and they are on the screen. I have them printed up in case you guys would like to see them in black and white, or actually black, white, red, and yellow with the highlighting. And so the first one is relating to how design guidelines affect a project if there's a conflict between them and the development code. And they requested that it be clarified that the design guidelines in those instances would take precedence for projects that apply. The second one affects Section 154906H for the specific plan design review committees. They wanted to clarify that if those committees on a certainty option project wanted to request a review, they would have 3 business days rather than 72 hours. 72 hours had been discussed in January. 3 business days, pretty much the same thing. However, if something comes in on a Friday or if there's a holiday, that clarification could improve the functionality of that. We have no concerns with that. And then also they wanted to clarify that all applicable design guidelines apply when we say that the specific plan applies. And then the third component of their request was that they requested that language be added to the implementation committee parameters that are put forth in development code that would bring certainty option projects to the implementation committees. The first 2 parts we don't feel conflict with what was discussed in January. By our recollection, this part was not part of the system that was developed in January. We feel that as far as we recall and according to our notes, the implementation committees were not going to be brought projects that were on the certainty track because it was designed to be very streamlined. So it would go to design committees, design review committees when neighborhoods had those in place with design guidelines, but not the implementation committees, only in those limited instances. So we think the third one isn't quite in line with what was discussed in January. and then that's it. And so the last thing I want to just talk about briefly is that we had talked at the workshop about a 180-day extension for these cleanups to any properties where the zoning might not have quite been right if we discover those or if property owners request. And conceptually, it seemed like you were on board with that idea on the 18th, and we just wanted to confirm that so we can move forward. So the staff recommendations are laid out in the staff report regarding the environmental assessment, plan amendment, rezone, and text amendment. And we add to our recommendation that you withhold action on Site 3, as I mentioned in my presentation earlier. And with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Well done. We'll take this out to the public for public comment. First and foremost are the cards that you've given me. Thank you very much for that. First up is Laura Kalchik. Good afternoon, and you'll give us your name and address, please, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address this issue. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Laura Kalchik. I live at 5648 North Millbrook. That's in the University Portals area, which is also in District 4. And finally, it's in Section 2 of the map on the rezoning. I hope you all got the letter my husband and I left in the council office plus accompanying information. Before the zoning update in February, we were zoned R1C, which is 9,000 square feet or more lots. After the rezoning update, we were switched to RS4, which is 5,000 square feet or more square lots. Now, I did some calculating and counting. Of the 283 homes in the University Portals area, 271 sit on lots greater than 9,000 square feet. 12 of them obviously do not. That means 96% of the homes sit on these larger lots of 9,000 square feet or more. On August 17th, the Planning Commission approved the switching of our area to RS3, which again would be 9,000 square feet or more lots. I respectfully request that you approve this change so we can have our zoning back to more what would reflect our area and the lots. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next is Mark Kalchik. Good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Kalchik, 5648 North Millbrook. We were R1C under the old plan, which is a 9,000 square feet and above. When we got notice of the new plan, we talked to the planning office, and the tentative intermediate was for RS3. So we were very surprised when it was indicated that it would be RS4. So we're asking that it go back to RS3, which more accurately fits what we were. And we worked with Mr. Zach to try to get this implemented. So I would ask you to vote yes for that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is George Gohiying. Hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm sorry. Well, Capriolio, it's always a difficult. Hey, me too. Thank you for being here.
Yes, well, I live where I live is on 2744 West Athens. The parcels that my wife, we own 2 1-acre parcels on the southwest corner of Bryan and Shaw Avenue. When I bought the place, I didn't even know I had a house there. It was junk, it was filthy. We spent time and cleaned it up and realized I do have a house there. Through the years, we've done quite a bit of improvements, kept it more of a residential or rural area. Anyway, I was quite surprised when I got the notice about apartments on my parcels. And I'm looking on Shaw Avenue, it's probably one coming from the west, that's going east. That's one of the gateways going into Fresno now. I look at the amount of traffic, and always on new subdivision, everyone says traffic and noise. How does that make sense building apartments in that area, especially where I have mine? So that's why I have a big question mark on those parcels. And I like to negotiate. I didn't get any negotiate. I just got a letter saying they're going to change it. And if it makes sense to me, I would agree with you. But there was nothing. I got a letter saying it's going to be changed. So like on my 2 parcels that my wife and I owned, I really don't care for apartments on those areas. I think be better use of commercial. I don't know what, but at this time, I don't think apartments would fit very well. Anyway, that was my question.
Thank you. I think Member Brand might have a recommendation.
Before anything can be done, there's going to have to be a process that'll go through the city, and I'm dealing with two situations right now that I'm intervening, and so there's a negotiation process. So that's not the end result.
Well, like I said, I'm new to this, brand new, showing up
Yeah.
to council meeting, and like I say, I'm not strong on those parcels. We bought those in good faith to develop them at a future date. I understand that, but I just want to make sure that Shaw Avenue is a gateway going into Fresno, also gateway to the Kerman area and other towns. I just want to make sure it's not done right. Right now, you have open area, trees on the ground, figs on the ground. You have homeless encampments. It's got to be done right. Shaw should be done right. It deserves that as a major street into Fresno.
Thank you. Well,
yes.
Also, this is unrelated. I have to leave, and I may be back before the vote on the Sikh resolution. But I wanted to go on the record in support of the Sikh resolution.
So noted.
It's not a vote, just on the record.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So noted.
I'll try to make it back.
Thank you. Please do. We need you. Okay, next up is Dirk Pischel. Good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Council President, I hate to be referred to as a number, but today I'm number 23. And I'm referring to the southwest corner of Fruit and Shields. My client has owned this property literally for decades, and they are an old folks home, and they got notice of the hearing through through a relative who lives here in town. We've worked with city staff. We very much appreciate them reverting it back to commercial. The Planning Commission heard the matter and recommended that the property also revert back to commercial. So we thank the staff for their assistance in this regard.
Thank you.
So we support the recommendation of staff to change it back to commercial.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate that. Tom Thomas. After Mr. Thomas will be George Beal. Good afternoon, sir.
My name's Tom Thomas. I'm not a resident of Fresno. I live in Clovis. But the main reason I'm here, I don't come to the city that often to discuss things with people, once in a while at code enforcement, but this is to thank one of your employees here in the city, Mr. Dan Zach. When I came to him with my problem in the Shaw and Bryan area, he handled it from the very beginning willingly and very professionally. And I just want to let you know that you've got a wonderful employee there, and the way he handles his business was really appreciated. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. And we like to think that we hire the very best and work with the very best. George Beal. Good morning or afternoon, sir.
Hello. I'm George Beal. And what I'd like to speak about was we have a piece of property that we've been working on at Belmont and Van Ness. It's about 30,000 square feet. It originally was zoned highway commercial, and it's one of the off-ramps that comes into downtown. With the general plan update, it changed zoning, and we are no longer allowed there by right, and all we needed under the old zoning was a conditional use permit. Now we need a general plan amendment, rezone, a conditional use permit, and a number of studies. Our original cost for fees was like $5,500, and now the estimate is between $30,000 and $40,000. And it's that particular area is a really pretty tough area. We've met with staff. We were going along pretty good, and all of a sudden, general plan got adopted, and we got a monkey wrench thrown in the spokes. But we went through all the studies which required Chevron, Subway, and Johnny Quick food stores. So we're into the national companies, and I think if the national companies get in there, I think that whole area, which is most of it's vacant, will come to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. Next is Patience Milrod. Find out in a minute. Let me go through my cards and public comment.
Good afternoon, Patience Milbrod, 844 North Van Ness Avenue in the Tower District. I just want to, first of all, thank staff who have been extremely patient and educational with us. I also want to thank all of our negotiating partners, in particular Councilmember Brandow and Councilmembers Soria and Baines, who in January helped us work out the resolution of the issues that we in the Tower District had around design guidelines. So thank you. We really appreciate it. Thank goodness Mr. Zach called me this afternoon and walked me through the implications of the third proposal that you have, which came up in the District 1 Implementation Committee meeting on Tuesday. And we really didn't recognize all those implications at the time, and we thought we had a great idea, and so we proposed it to you. But after speaking with Dan this afternoon, I realized that it's probably really not necessary. So that one, whatever you do with that, we're kind of agnostic about that, but I can't speak for the committee because it was the committee that suggested it, but I'm just saying, me personally, I will not have any heartburn if that doesn't happen. But the other two memorialize the agreements that we made in January after just a kind of really hours and hours worth of back and forth. And so we would very much appreciate it if the council would adopt staff's recommendations with respect to those two items that Mr. Zach identified. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the community wish to come forward and address this specific 5 o'clock issue? Please do so. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. Ashley Warner with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. So as you know, we submitted a letter to you on this item, in particular regarding the fact that there are various sites that are proposed to be rezoned that are included in the City of Fresno's Housing Elements Sites Inventory. And so, you know, to be clear, the sites inventory is the sites that the city has committed to make available to meet the city's needs for affordable housing for all income levels. And so Government Code 65863B requires that if the city is going to reduce the density of any sites in the sites inventory or change it to a non-residential use, the city has to make specific findings to do that. So it has to find that it's consistent with its general plan and that there are sufficient alternative sites available in the sites inventory to meet the city's needs for affordable housing. The staff materials don't include any information to demonstrate that these findings can be met. In fact, this government code provision is not even referenced in the material. And in fact, we don't believe that you can make these findings because just a week or two ago, the State Department of Housing and Community Development found that the city had undercounted the need for affordable housing in its housing element by about 2,700 units, and so could not show that it actually has enough sites available to meet the need for affordable housing. So I just wanted to reiterate those points that were in our letter. We would request that you either not downzone those sites or that you comply with the government code by identifying adequate alternative sites of the same densities. And just as another note on public process, there was a B article, or there was a B announcement on August 5th stating publicizing the availability of the materials for this item. I went to City Hall about a week later to request them, and I was told that the report was not yet available. So just to note that once again, we're having public process issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public wish to speak on this? Please give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Sarah Pillabos, Stephen Investments, 2141 Tuolumne Street, Fresno, California. I come because we own, Stephen Investments owns some property. Mr. Capriolio, it's in your district on the southwest corner of Cedar and Gettysburg. There are approximately 6 parcels there, one of which was inadvertently, I believe, rezoned to be residential, all of which is commercial and has been developed as commercial. Some of it is non-developed, but all of the properties are contiguous. And our intention has been, we've owned it for about 50 years, to be commercial. So our request is that you find in favor of this amendment, which staff has been very helpful in walking us through the procedure, because without this, we'll have a center parcel of about 3 acres of about 9, of which will be residential and all the rest will be commercial. Thank you.
I'm very familiar with that, so thank you for being here and putting that on the record.
Not at all.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Anyone else in the public wish to come forward and discuss this item? That was the opportunity. Seeing none. I just had Dan, I know we addressed Ms. Pillabos's issue on the rezone amendment. And I just want to kind of go through the people that came before you. So we've addressed her concerns. Mr. and Mrs. Kalchik, we've addressed their concerns. Number 23, Dirk Puschel, we've addressed his concerns. And so we're down to George Goring. I'm sorry. And I'm closer. I'm getting there. Have we addressed him and Mr. Beal? And if not, how can we help them out?
So I didn't catch the names as I was taking notes and looking up things, but one of them was regarding site number 25, right, at Shaw and Bryan? Is that
yes.
one of the ones that... So, and if I understood the speaker correctly, there was a desire to be able to do commercial development on that site. And the proposed zoning is mixed use, and so it allows commercial, residential, or a combination of the two. So commercial development would be allowed, or residential, or combined.
So he's good?
We believe so.
Okay. And then Mr. Beal was the southwest corner of Belmont and Van Ness.
Right. So that one we have proposed to make commercial Main Street, which is a special zone that was created for the main streets within the Tower District. So it applies on Olive, it applies on most of Belmont, and we're proposing to put it on that corner too. We feel that makes it more consistent with the Tower District specific plan. However, it would not allow a gas station on that site. To be clear, the current zoning is light industrial, or actually, I'm sorry, make sure I get it right. I believe light industrial CM, and those do allow the gas station. So if the desire was to allow a gas station to proceed on that site, or at least keep that availability open, then that parcel, and I can get the parcel number for you, would need to be excluded from the cleanup. However, we don't feel that fits with the intention of the Tower District specific plan, so which is why we proposed the commercial Main Street change.
Member Baines, you had a question?
Just really quick.
Sure.
So does that address the concern of the stakeholder or not?
Well, my understanding is that there's a desire to do a gas station in that location, and so the zoning that is proposed in this cleanup does not allow gas stations, the commercial Main Street district, and so we would need to withdraw that parcel if the desire was to keep the window open for a gas station potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense? So if we go forward as proposed,
So absent withdrawing that, it doesn't help him.
That's right.
Okay, and then George, did we answer your question? I'm going to try your last name again. I'm going to give up, but has your question been answered? Well, come up here, if you would, to the microphone so we can keep you on the record. I just want to make sure we go through the cards and get as much information to you as possible.
I appreciate that. No, my understanding was it was going to be rezoned for high-density apartments. And now you're saying that it can go either way, if I understand you?
Yeah, to clarify, it's presently, as we speak now, as of February, it was commercial or residential only apartments. And now, if this change is adopted tonight, it would allow apartments and commercial.
Okay, yep, thank you.
You're welcome.
And can it just be apartments if they don't? Is that what your intent is, sir? You just...
My problem is I don't think that parcel would be very good for apartments. Just the location, it's on Shaw Avenue. I look at things, would I like to live there? And so it's high travel, a lot of traffic and noise. And so my deal, I think, would be better on this parcel, not apartments, but maybe a commercial site where the traffic would not be a problem and a noise.
Okay.
Okay, so Dan, would the regional mix use give him the ability to just build commercial? Or does it have to have housing?
No, he could do commercial only, or another. It's a deep lot, so another possibility is commercial on the in the front, where you have the auto visibility, and then where it's quieter in the back, residential too. There's a lot of flexibility.
You comfortable with the new designation?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as, see, I thought it was to be locked into a box, apartment boxes. And like I said, I don't mind, that parcel is too small for apartments. Even though we own 2 acres, it's still 1 acre parcels. So it's too small for what I thought they were designating, apartments.
But you're satisfied now with the answer, sir?
Yes, as long as, like I say, we have flexibility. All
Okay,
I want
perfect.
is flexibility.
Perfect.
Commercial or
Seems like we've reached an agreement that the regional mixed use would provide that flexibility for
Correct.
you. Okay,
Correct.
perfect.
All right, thank you.
One other
Member
question.
Baines?
Yeah, one other question. Dan, and stay there, Mr. Beal. I want to be able to.
That's not Mr. Beal.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Beal's someone else. Thank you, George.
I'm George.
You're good.
Mr. Beal.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. George Beal. Where's
Mr. Beal?
I'm calling.
Come on up, please. Member Baines wanted to ask you
Yeah,
something.
we need to exclude your parcel. It's Dan Zach just mentioned. Do we have your parcel? Do you have your parcel number with you?
I'm writing them down.
You writing them down? Do you know his parcel number?
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Okay, so Mr. Bill, when we make a motion to adopt this the introduction of this amendment, what we're going to do is we're also going to ask that they exclude your parcel from this, so you can continue developing like you want.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Member Quintero. You're up, Steve. Yeah. No, next. Sal's up. Thank you very much. Member Quintero.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Mr. Zach. So.
Okay. He's a quick guy.
Ready.
Now, Mr. Zach, this is the first round of cleanup, and so in 180 days you'll be coming back for the second round?
We will keep it open for 180 days, but we already have a few other requests in, and so we will probably be back sooner. And so we'll probably be back a couple of times over the next 180 days in order to keep things moving along.
Okay, and as you recall, I had met with you regarding 3 properties, 2 of which are in the council district I represent. Can you give me an update on the Church and Clovis and Jensen and Fowler?
Yeah, on both of those, we are working to get a meeting scheduled with the representatives, yourself, myself, so that we can sit down and kind of figure out the path forward. One of them will certainly be in the next cleanup, which we're trying to expedite. We think we can get that to you in October. And then the the other one is the one out in just outside the city limits in the county.
In the county.
And so at that meeting, we ought to be able to figure out a good path forward.
But the one at Jensen and Fowler, really, you don't see any type of resolution in the 180 days?
I wouldn't rule that out. I think the meeting will help a lot, but we haven't identified the final solution on that at this moment. I think the meeting will help.
So stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So you're pretty comfortable with the Clovis and Church properties, that one might be workable?
Yeah, and I was made aware of it too late to get it into this bundle.
Yes.
Otherwise, it would be before you tonight. And so we're aware of it. It fits the parameters of what the cleanup is supposed to do, and so it's no problem bringing it before you at the next one. And we're expediting that because we have about a half a dozen that are interested and are a good fit, and so we're expediting that.
Okay, thank you for the update and your good work on this and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Member Quintero. Next is Member Brandow.
All right. Dan, thanks a lot. I wanted to actually address something that Ashley Warner had brought up on the density, reduced density. She kind of was talking about the housing element. We talked about this last week. I don't think Ashley was in the crowd that week. I don't remember her being here. Like earlier today, in our regular agenda, we increased the density project in Councilman Capriolio's district. Last week, I know we increased one in District 6 in Councilman Brand's district. So, it's, you know, in all reality, it seems to me like you guys are doing a good job of, if you find a place where there's a need to reduce it, you find somewhere else in the city where there's a place to increase it. Mm-hmm. On top of that, which she mentioned, the state is requiring us to add, they say we didn't add enough density, so you're re-looking over the housing element to find some areas where you can increase density in general. Is that right?
Precisely. In particular, regarding the carryover from the previous housing element cycle. Yeah.
And she mentioned 2,700 units. Is that right? I hadn't heard that before.
I didn't catch what 2,700 units was.
I thought we were short 2,700 units or something.
Talia, would you care to clarify?
Absolutely. The representative from HCD did issue a letter articulating their position on what number of units should be included in the carryover in total. There was a difference between what the state has indicated they'd like to see and what we adopted in our housing element, and we are currently involved in ongoing discussions with the state to resolve that.
Cool. Thanks, Talia. And I'm going to request that you look on the transportation corridors to put the bulk of that. Certainly, and I know Ashley knows this. Well, you know, just the transportation corridors where you have high density and you have transportation to match it. But what I'm going to say is that what I'm finding, and I think some folks are finding out today, folks for the first time are hearing that their properties have been changed or rezoned. And I do thank you for your flexibility, because originally, folks, we were going to have just a couple meetings where we do these baskets of cleaning up. But Dan and Jennifer are saying that they're going to continue, because I do believe, and I was talking with Dirk Puschel, and he's got even more of folks that are just now finding out, and they're going to, just like the folks that came down today, this is their livelihood, like Mr. Beal. So thank you for your flexibility that this can happen several more times, because I do think that a lot of folks in our community, they missed the advertisements in the Bee, they missed the radio commercials, they hadn't talked to us individually in a while, and so I think we're going to discover more people doing that. In my district, people are getting really sketchy about the by right development and just coming in and without consulting the neighbors, just building a new higher density program. This couple right here, you folks, I sent you a letter. I don't know if you received it yet in the mail. You'll get it probably today when you get home or tomorrow. And I'm going to be supportive of that change. So a lot of folks are just like this couple here that, they don't think that a higher density project fits in their well-developed neighborhood. And so I'm going to be very sensitive to that for District 2. And I just wanted my colleagues to know that. And I know you and I, Dan, have already talked about it. I would say that these folks have been very flexible so far, and I'll give them kudos for that. In your map today, Dan, on number 43, and I don't know how else to reference it, it's in District 2. Could you remind me of what that one is, please?
Okay.
43, it's number 43.
Yeah.
Polk, it's off of Polk.
43. So that is at Polk and Escalon, and that is actually a fire station. And we had about 11 fire stations around town that were, through some glitch, called a park. And so it's just fixing that.
Cleanup. That's a
so
true
exactly. So now it'll be
definition.
zoned public and institutional, which is what we use for fire stations and libraries and police stations and things like that.
And it's embarrassing to admit that I can't remember this, but can you also clean me up on number 3, please?
Sure.
That's off of Herndon and Hayes.
Sure. So at Herndon and Hayes, that is owned by the Jensen family. They're represented by Mr. Puschel. It is at Herndon and Hayes on the south side of Herndon, straddling both sides of Hayes. And it is presently zoned residential.
Neighborhood, I remember it now.
Yep.
And we're going to office, right?
That was their request. However, they're requesting to be left out tonight and to remain residential.
Is that correct? Okay.
In any event, it's not one of the housing element inventory sites, and so if there's a concern there, we made
So
sure.
when I take my vote, that one's actually been deleted.
Yeah, if you make the change to leave out Site 3, like I mentioned in my presentation, correct?
Okay. So if somebody makes a motion up here, then their motion will be on your latest requirement that includes the removal of Site 3.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Is that a motion?
What's that?
Is that a motion?
I'm willing to make a motion
Okay.
to accept the document. I haven't heard from all of my council members. I want to make sure that all council members have a chance to really clarify, because it's to the general public, it's very tough to follow all of these.
Right.
You almost have to focus on the ones in your district. So you've really helped me out on the two that I had question marks about. The others I did remember, and so I'll make a motion to approve
With modifications as
with
recited.
the modifications that just came in today.
Okay, Member Soria? Oh, Member Baines, did you have a quick question?
I have a couple questions on some of the ones that are outlined. So looking at like number 44, is that Van Ness and Maroa?
Yes.
And
right.
so I guess I'm trying to understand. So it says apartment house, but then proposed to none.
Right.
What does that mean?
In January, or February rather, when we did the citywide zoning map update, there were certain areas on major streets within the Tower District, Van Ness, Olive east of Van Ness, and Washawn, that have a mix of residential and commercial uses, but it mainly is houses or converted houses, and so you have offices and converted houses. And even though it's a mixed-use area, it has a residential feel. So the apartment house overlay was created for those areas to keep allowing the mixed uses, but to keep the residential feel. If new buildings come in, they set back, they have a pitched roof to match the houses. It doesn't become feeling like a commercial district. It retains the residential feel. However, it was applied to the Van Ness Village area also, which is where the Olympic and Spokeasy and Ming's are. And that little pocket from Floridor to home has that commercial feel that we'd want to maintain. So in that stretch, we're saying take off that overlay. We don't want to introduce a residential feel to that one block that's commercial. We want to keep that urban feel. And so that's why we would propose to remove the overlay just from that one block of Van Ness and leave it on the rest.
Van Ness and Maroa.
That's
and
right.
the folks, we haven't received any opposition. They know that this is happening?
Yes, so we put a notification in the newspaper, and then all affected properties received a mail notice. It was like a 4-page magazine-style notice. And then when the date was moved for this hearing from August 25th to today, we also sent a follow-up mailer to all of the property owners. So there were 2 mail notifications plus the newspaper notification.
Just because I noticed that there were a number in my district, and so I just want to make sure. And I think similar to what my council colleague Steve mentioned, about the buy right, and I actually had raised this, I think, very early on in that stakeholder group when folks wanted to get rid of the community input. I don't know if you remember, Steve.
Barely.
People were very strong about it. I actually was pushing not to get rid of community input. Because I think, and I will say that I feel like I'm right, because now we're seeing, some of these implications, I think, with certain examples that are coming up. So I'm grateful that you guys have been receptive to being flexible and allowing folks that, while we may send notification, people may miss it, and, I think providing opportunity for them to come back is great. And so how many months did we extend?
Last week at the workshop, we talked about 180 days, so about 6 months.
6 more months.
Mhm.
Okay, and then we'll see, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If we still need to just depending. Okay. The other thing that. Sure.
I just want to just ask a question about your motion, Councilman Brandau. I had made some requests, one in particular about excluding a parcel. Was that included in your motion as well?
I believe the motions were including all comments by council members.
Yeah. Dan, I just want to clarify. So my motion included the changes that we discussed this evening so far, and I knew I left it open to any other. If a council member really has a huge problem, I want to hear from them.
Sure.
But as of right now, my motion includes your change.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, I can certainly be supportive of the motion. I'll second the motion, as a matter of fact. I just wanted to ensure that the parcel I was talking about excluding is a part of your motion. Okay.
If you'd like, I can tell you the two parcel numbers at Van Ness and Belmont that are affected, and then to clarify.
I don't need to know the parcel numbers. As long as you know what they are and they're included in his motion, I'm fine with that.
Southwest corner of Belmont and Van Ness.
Thank you.
Okay. That was
Are we about done?
And then I know that I missed some of the answers, I believe, to the questions about the housing element and so forth. And I don't know if Ashley is still here about some of the, you're right there, about some of the comments made regarding us, if we're doing a reduction in density, how are we making up for it? Knowing what we know, given the more recent notification from the agency that we're not quite there. So how are we remedying this situation? I know that my colleague expressed that an idea is to look at the transit corridors. I don't know if I completely agree. I think it's an option, but I think, I just want to kind of hear from you guys. What are your guys' thoughts? Is this something that you guys are going to bring back to us? What's the time frame? And
I think the city attorney answered that.
I know, I think I missed it, sorry.
Well, pays to be done.
Should I chime in again?
You want to take that offline?
That would be great, if you can just...
Take it offline?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Now we'll take a break, and then, 6-0 with member Brand absent. We're going to take a break. This has gone a little bit longer than normal. We'll probably be back at about 6:15, 6:20, if you'll work with us on that. In the meantime, if you wish to discuss the 6 o'clock item, please fill out a yellow card, and please print very legibly. I need to do glasses, so I'm not reading names very well, but if you'll do that for us, it'd be great. And we'll see you back here in about a half hour. Thank you all very much. Once you have those cards prepared, bring them up here to Todd in the front. Todd's waving the card, and we appreciate it. Hearing us word for word verbatim, and so you need to find a seat, or you need to go out into the lobby, because if you don't, then we can't go forward, because it's the fire department has their rules and regulations. So please, if you would have some of you people would go outside, that'd be great. I know the balcony is full. We.
Raj said we may need to translate that.
Okay.
He can do it if you want to.
Yeah, please. Do you have a microphone for Raj by chance?
ਹੈਲੋ ਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਬਲਾਕ ਨਾ ਕਰੋ, ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਨਾ ਖੜੋ। ਜੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਫਰਜ਼ ਕਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਹਾਦਸਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ, ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਣਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਜੇ ਬਲਾਕ ਹੋਏ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ। ਸੋ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਖੜ੍ਹ ਜਾਓ। ਇੱਧਰ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ਾ, ਵਿਚਾਲੇ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਸਾਈਡ 'ਤੇ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ 4 ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਨਾ ਖੜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਸ। ਗੁੱਡ।
Okay, thank you very much for helping us with that. That makes it safer for everyone here. And of course, safety is paramount concern. So, with that, our 6 o'clock item is a resolution recognizing the November 1984 anti-Sikh violence in India as genocide, sponsored by Olivier Baines and Soria. So, before we get going, let me just ask for a show of hands. All the members of our audience that support this resolution, would you please raise your hand? Okay. And anybody that's opposed to it, raise your hand. So it's absolutely, we have a few people that are opposed. Well, no, I think they support. I think they're clarifying that right now.
Council President, is there any way that we could, if we could get some translation? I know that we just did some initial translation about the emergency or the doors. So
if Raj would like to volunteer services, that'd be fantastic.
ਕੈਂਸਲ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਜੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਡੀਅנס ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੰਦੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰਨਾ, ਉਹ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਹੱਥ ਖੜੇ ਕਰ ਲਓ। ਵਿਰੋਧ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਹੱਥ ਖੜੇ ਕਰੋ। ਠੀਕ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਹੱਥ ਖੜੇ ਕਰੋ। All for, ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਇਸ ਹੱਥ ਹੇਠਾਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ। ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੜਾ ਵਾ ਉਹ ਹੱਥ ਖੜੇ ਕਰੋ। All opposed?
So it's unanimous, and your message is loud and clear to the council. So thank you very much for that show of hands. Raj, do you want to?
1 second. Would you repeat that, please? Do you want me to do ongoing translation?
That'd be great, and I'll pause.
Okay.
I forgot what I said.
I think you said something about it's unanimous.
Yes, it's unanimous in the chamber here that all of you support the resolution, for which I appreciate you letting me know that and letting everyone here know that as well. So with that, we have the opportunity to speak on that, but I have 9 cards, and I believe those... I just did. I haven't opened it up yet. I'm just doing introduction. So, Raj?
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੀਨਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਏ ਹੋ, ਇਹਦੇ ਹਿੱਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਏ ਹੋ। ਸੋ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਆਉਣ ਦਾ। ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਆਏ ਹਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣਨੀ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਵਟਾਂਦਰਾ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ 9 ਪੱਤਰੇ ਨੇ, ਕਾਰਡ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਨੇ।
So the cards that have been submitted will be first to speak. And if at that point enough has been said, so to speak, that the issue's been covered, we can stop there, or we can continue a little farther if you like. If you want to just say name and address and indicate that you support it, that's sufficient, I believe. So we'll take this as we go along and try to accommodate all parties involved.
ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੱਤਰੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇ ਉਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬੋਲਣਗੇ। ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਵੀ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ। ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਆ ਕੇ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਆਪਣਾ ਪਤਾ ਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਨਾਮ ਦੱਸੋ ਬੋਲਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ
And Raj is a member of our city attorney's office. He's a brilliant lawyer and a really good man, and I appreciate him interpreting on last-minute notice. So, thank you, Raj. I just gave you a lot of credit.
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ
So, with that, I think Member Olivier wanted to start off a little dialogue right now.
Yes, I did, and thank you, Council President. I'm very excited and I'm very pleased that we've all reached this point together as a community with a lot of work. I first wanted to thank all of you for being here this evening. I wanted to acknowledge you. You've come from not only Fresno, but from probably points throughout the valley, right? Bill, where are some of the far-flung places in the valley people have come from tonight? Okay, so from as far north as Sacramento area, as far south as Bakersfield. Thank you so much for coming. It's very encouraging. I love to see our gallery packed, and I know I can speak for my colleagues. I do love to see the gallery packed because it means that people are taking an interest in their government and their local government, especially in a time where the national situation always draws headlines. We do appreciate so much having you all here this evening and participating. Secondly, I wanted to thank my friend, my colleague, the Kerman City Council member, Bill Nidger. Thank you so much for your efforts on this. We've been working with you for a number of months. Your dedication, it goes without saying that you're very appreciated for the work that you've done. But Bill has been the person who has been the liaison to me, and I appreciate putting up with me like that. And I wanted to thank my co-sponsors. I wanted to thank Councilmember Oliver Baines from District 3, and I know he's got some words to say, and also Councilmember Esmeralda Soria from District 1. These are two people who care deeply about their community, and they care deeply about human rights. And their concern goes beyond the seas, and it includes all peoples of the world, and they stand for justice, and I appreciate them so much for doing this. I wanted to just speak briefly. I have 3 short points on this little piece of paper that I just wanted to address, and then we can pass it along, because I know people don't come here to hear politicians speak. You want action, and action is what you will get tonight. I wanted to share what I learned about why Fresno is important. Why I learned that it's important to all of you. The city of Stockton, the city of Kerman, and the city of Bakersfield are all municipalities that I understand have adopted this resolution on Sikh genocide. And
Member,
I thought,
may I interrupt you for a moment?
Yes.
If we want to interpret this, we have to do in short sound bites, if you will, so Raj can interpret that, or he can do a summary.
I'm almost done, and
You
okay.
don't need to interpretation?
I'm okay. Thank you, Council President.
Sorry, thank you.
Because Fresno is the regional capital. Fresno is the capital of the valley. And I have learned that it's meaningful what we do here. The things we do in the city of Fresno are heard and understood and felt miles and miles from here. So it's important that we make good policy in the city of Fresno. It's important that we do the right thing here in the city of Fresno, because it isn't just the city that's watching us. It's the entire valley and the state, and even beyond. Pay attention to the things that happen here. The 34th largest city in the United States, people are watching what we do. And so that makes what we're about to do this evening, hopefully, all that more important, because all eyes are upon us and people are watching what we do here. Why is it important that we do this? Well, it's important to us because we're the representatives of our community. And as the capital of the valley, like I said, Fresno, the pebble dropped in Fresno, the ripples are felt far from here. And so it's important that we do this to heal. I learned that it's important to heal so that the healing process can begin and everyone can gain a sense of healing and support. And if that's what our community would like us to do, then that's something that I believe is responsible, that we are responsible for responding to our community's needs. And if this community has asked for a resolution like this one to be passed, I believe that it's important that we respond in the affirmative and provide this as a sense of healing, as a sense of history. I know we're about to hear from some of you who have survived this genocide, who were there, who saw it, and the healing process, I believe, is important, but nothing that we do here can ever take away the pain and the suffering inflicted upon you and your relatives and your family and friends in 1983. So that's why it's important that we do this. And the last thing I'll say in closing is that we mean no harm. By passing this evening, we mean no harm to other members of our community. We mean no harm to people who disagree. We mean no harm to those who have a different point of view. That this is about healing. It's about moving forward. It's about recognition of the atrocities that occurred not so far in the past. And so we welcome alliances with people of all cultures and all faiths. We welcome alliances with people of goodwill, Protestants and Catholics and Hindus and Muslims and people of all faiths who are willing to take a stand for human rights, a stand for healing, and the right stand to help our neighbors here in the valley and beyond to grant that recognition and grant that healing. And so that's why we have placed this on the agenda in response to our community and in support of our community. And I, just speaking for myself, I hope that this provides that that healing and that recovery and that acknowledgement that you need and you deserve. So I am honored. I was honored to be asked. I was honored to be educated on the atrocities that happened, and very pleased to be here this evening. The last thing I'll say is that Councilmember Brand is currently at one of the television studios, and as soon as that wraps up, he is going to rush back. But please don't mistake this empty chair here for someone who's not in support. He is in full support tonight. We made it illegal to leave a vote when you're not here, so he can't do that. If he could still do that, then he would. But he is not here. He's rushing back. He might make the vote, and he may not. But he wanted me to express to you that he is in full support. And I thank you all for coming. And with that, I've spoken long enough, and I'll turn it over to the council president for the co-sponsors to speak. But thanks again very much, all of you, for being here tonight.
So मैं संक्षेप दे विच translation करूँगा. I'm going to translate. I'm going to synopsize
a summary
the
if you can.
Yeah, I'm going to summarize it.
Yeah.
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਆਉਣ ਦਾ. ਦੂਸਰੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਾਰਮਨ ਤੋਂ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਬਿਲ ਨਿੱਜਰ ਦਾ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਆ ਕੇ ਉੱਤਾ ਵਾਚਿਆ. ਤੇ ਤੀਸਰੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੇ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਓਲੀਵਰ ਬੇਨਸ ਦਾ, ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ 3 ਤੋਂ, ਅਤੇ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਐਜ਼ਮਰਲਡਾ ਸੋਰੀਆ ਦਾ, ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ 1 ਤੋਂ. ਉਹ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਨੁੱਖੀ ਧਰਮਾਂ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉੱਤਾ ਵਾਚਿਆ, ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹੀ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਫਰੈਜ਼ਨੋ ਇਸ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਦੀ ਰਾਜਧਾਨੀ ਹੈ, ਸੈਂਟਰ ਹੈ. ਜੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇਖਦੀ ਹੈ, ਸਾਰੀ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇਖਦੀ ਹੈ. ਸੋ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਫਰੈਜ਼ਨੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਪਾਸ ਹੋਣਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜ਼ਖਮ ਨੇ 1984 ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਭਰਨ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ. ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਾਰਨ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਅੱਜ ਪਾਸ ਹੋਵੇ. ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਸ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਖੜ੍ਹੇ. ਅਸੀਂ ਮਨੁੱਖੀ ਧਰਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਲੜ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ. ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਲੀ ਬ੍ਰੈਂਡ ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੁਰਸੀ ਖਾਲੀ ਹੈ. ਖਾਲੀ ਕੁਰਸੀ ਇਹ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਸਮਝੋ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ। ਉਹ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੇ। ਉਹ ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਜਲਦੀ ਹੀ ਆ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਵੋਟ ਦੇ ਸਮੇਂ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you, Rajan. And I'll, allow you to summarize after me as well. Councilmember Olivier, I wanted to give you an opportunity to make a motion before we move on. Did you want to go ahead and do that? Motion to approve. All right, a second. All right.
ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਓਲੀਵੀਏ ਨੇ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਸ ਹੋਵੇ ਤੇ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਬੇਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ।
So I want to just start off by saying I fully support my friend and colleague, Councilmember Olivier, for really being the person behind the scenes on this for several months now. I think maybe since probably early this year. So thank you, Councilmember Olivier, for bringing this forward. I was happy to come along and be a co-sponsor with you. This is a tremendous show of community support. And I can tell you that some of you know, maybe not everyone knows, but there's a lot that happened behind the scenes. Funny enough, there was a lot that happened. A lot of education needed to take place. And I was one of those that needed to be educated. And when I was educated on the atrocities that happened back in 1984, I was horrified. And I am one that believes and stands up for human rights across the world, wherever they may exist. And so I'm happy to be able to support this with you all today. So very happy that you have leadership in your community to take the time to educate this body. I know Bill doesn't live in Fresno, but we just going to co-opt you, Bill and Deep and Gurdeep. We thank you all for your time, and for all of you who took time to call our council offices and encourage us to support this. So the truth of the matter is, this is very symbolic. And as some of you saw last week, we, at times, and many times, pretty much every council meeting, we take symbolic positions. And the symbolism of those positions are important to this community and every community. So while we know that this action tonight, should we pass this, and I'm hopeful that my colleagues will join in supporting this resolution, while we know that instantly no law is going to change, or we're not going to necessarily make the lives of you all better from this resolution today or even back in India, we know that you will know that we stand with you. And the symbolism about that means something. It means something to not only to you, but it means something to us, to be able to say that we publicly stand with you and what you went through, and that we consequently reject it along with you. We reject what happened to the Sikhs in 1984 in India. We reject that. And today I think that we're going to make a very bold statement by being able to say that publicly, standing here with you. So it is my honor, my very deep honor, to take this symbolic vote today, the symbolism by which we're showing that we stand with you in that moment. Thank you.
So, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਲਿੰਟ ਓਲੀਵੀਏ ਦਾ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਇਸ ਸਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਂਦਾ, ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕੋ ਸਪਾਂਸਰ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ। ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਅੱਜ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹਨ, ਬਹੁਤ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋ, ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਸ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਕਾਫੀ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੈ, ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੌਮ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਪਿਆ, ਅਤੇ ਜੋ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਪਿਆ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਮਨੁੱਖੀ ਅਧਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਲਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੜ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹੋਏ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ। ਜੋ ਅੱਜ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨੀ ਹੈ। ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਮੰਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਨਾ ਮੰਨੇ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ, ਪਰ ਜੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਹੱਕਾਂ ਲਈ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਰਮੀ ਲੋਕ ਹੈਗੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਕੇ, ਅਤੇ ਜੋ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੱਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਸਹੀ ਸੀਗਾ, ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Member Soria, it's your opportunity.
Thank you, Council President. And Raj, maybe I will do it in segments, and then so that it makes it a little bit easier. So first of all, I am delighted to stand in support of this resolution. And when I first was asked by a number of community residents in my district to support this, I was delighted to be supportive, but also want to thank my council colleague Clint Olivier for allowing me to become a co-sponsor of this resolution.
ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਦੇਣ ਲਈ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਲਿੰਟ ਓਲੀਵੀਏ ਦੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋ-ਸਪਾਂਸਰ ਰੱਖਿਆ।
I do want to, first of all, thank each and every one of you for taking time out of your day to come to City Hall. I think it shows great effort, great support from your community as to how important this issue is to your entire community.
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕੱਲੇ ਦੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੰਨੀ ਦੂਰ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ। ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਣ ਲਈ, ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਕੱਲਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ।
Thank you to those that traveled from afar, that are from outside of Fresno, for being here. I also want to recognize another leader of your community, a local elected leader, not only Councilmember Bill Niger, but also Mayor Pro Temp Dhaliwal, who is a dear friend, and so I know that he's here in the audience, so I also want to acknowledge his presence and thank him for being here in solidarity with the entire community.
ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਆਏ ਹੋ ਅਤੇ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਿੱਜਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਮੇਅਰ ਪ੍ਰੋ ਟੈਮ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹਨ।
So I'm here today, obviously not only as a co-sponsor, but to tell you that, as my colleagues just echoed, that I stand with you on this issue. I also am someone that stands for human rights and support the education of our entire community on issues like these.
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਹੀ ਮਨੁੱਖੀ ਧਰਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਖੜੀ ਹਾਂ।
I appreciate the education that I received from the community residents that spoke on this issue when I first met with them. I understand that it is important for us to really learn the history of those that live in our community, so that we understand each other and that we can live in a peaceful and collaborative fashion.
ਮੈਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਰੀਏ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਸਿੱਖ ਧਰਮ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ।
And so, just like my colleagues, I am very proud of today, as we will be able to take a symbolic vote to demonstrate that the city of Fresno embraces the cultural diversity, but also recognizes important moments in history that have been impactful in your community.
ਮੈਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਵੀ ਜੋ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰ ਸਕੀਏ।
And so I will keep my remarks there because I am looking forward to hearing from the folks in your community to express your support. Thank you.
ਇੰਨਾ ਹੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੋਈ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸੋਗੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਬਾਰੇ ਜੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਨ ਲਈ ਤਿਆਰ ਹਾਂ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
With that, we'll take it out to you, the public, the citizens of Fresno and the state of California. Mr. Niger, you're up first. Welcome. Good to see you.
ਨਿੱਜਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬੋਲਣਾ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Council, I want to thank you. Good evening. My name is Bill Niger, council member from City of Kerman. Tonight we ask you for your support for the 1984 Sikh Genocide Resolution. It basically is a resolution is a small step in the healing process that we can ultimately take and heal as a community, whether it's here, have it recognized, and hopefully through social media, let our folks know in India that Fresno is with them. I also wanted to thank all the members in the community that, just like you had indicated that, we had behind-the-scenes conversations. Well, there's been behind-the-scenes conversations on this side. And that was very important. We came together as a community to support this resolution. A lot happened, but we're here, and we're hoping for a positive vote.
Did you want interpretation at that point?
ਮੈਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਲਿਆਂਦੀ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੋਟਾ ਹੀ ਕਦਮ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜ਼ਖਮ 1984 ਦੇ ਭਰਨ ਲਈ ਤੇ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਦਾ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਸਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਵੀ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਲਿਆਉਣ ਲਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਲਿਆਉਣ ਲਈ
So now I just want to get into what actually is on the resolution and how it classifies as a genocide. The UN defines a genocide as acts committed by a government with the intent to destroy whole or in part a racial, religious, or ethnic group.
ਸੋ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਇਹ ਜੋ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਣ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹਾਂ Can you repeat the definition?
Any acts committed by a government.
ਇਹ ਜਿਹਾ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕਦਮ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਲਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ
with the intent to destroy in whole or part
Keep going.
a racial, religious, or ethnic group.
ਕਿਸੇ ਧਰਮ ਜਾਂ ਕੌਮ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨ ਲਈ ਜ਼ਬਤ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ
Sure, you'll have about a minute to wrap it up.
In 1984, then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi ordered the attack on Harmandir Sahib, which is the holiest place for Sikhs, which is called the Golden Temple. The attack killed thousands of pilgrims, many children, and the shrines were destroyed. Over the next 5 months, courts basically turned a blind eye to the community. Then in October 31st, 1984, Indira Gandhi was assassinated by her 2 Sikh bodyguards as retaliation. Following her death, the Indian government held an emergency meeting organizing the Sikh genocide. Elected officials were ordered to organize into basically supporters into death squads. Police were ordered to provide protection to death squads and disarm the Sikhs. Death squads were provided with weaponry. There was a media blackout, and basically the state-run television and radios were used to promote the killings. Indian voter lists were provided to identify Sikh homes and mark X's and at night, and so the death squads can come in and basically kill whoever is living there. The males were burned and females were raped. All in all, about 30,000 Sikhs were killed. Hundreds of thousands were displaced and missing. Just as soon as 2011, there still has been mass graves discovered. So we truly do not know the final number, and we may never know. It's been 32 years, and the government has changed many times, but justice has not been served.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Raj?
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਨਿਜਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਸੰਖੇਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਦੱਸੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਤੇ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੱਥ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਜਥੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੋਟਰ ਲਿਸਟਾਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਥਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਭ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਾੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਅਤੇ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਲੁੱਟੀ ਗਈ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ 30,000 ਸਿੱਖ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਅਤੇ ਕਈ ਲੱਖ ਸਿੱਖ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਿਕਲ ਗਏ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ 2011 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2011 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਬਰਾਂ ਲੱਭ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਈ ਸੌ ਹਜ਼ਾਰ ਸਿੱਖ ਲੱਭ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Raj Bisla. Good afternoon, or good evening, actually.
Good evening. Good evening, honorable members of the council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my experience with you of 1984 Sikh genocide. I was in Delhi. I lived in Delhi from 1968 to 1985. I call myself Delite because I grew up in that town. 1984, I can never forget the leaders of the Indian government at that time who instigated the massacre of the Sikhs, and I can never forgive them. It is a very near and dear and passionate thing for me. It was long 4 days of my life, no sleep and chaos. I'm witness to people being burned alive with burning tires around their necks, women being raped, and Sikhs' property destroyed by the mobs in Delhi, property after property. Police or any law enforcement was non-existent in Delhi for 4 days. When we walked to the police station, the doors were shut. There was nobody there. Some of my friends who were traveling out of town were dragged out of trains and killed and burned. Hospitals refused to admit the injured, which we took personally to the hospitals, because they were scared that mobs will attack the hospital if they admit a sick. I'm witness to the long lines of families outside crematoriums after 4 days to cremate the victims, many of my friends. I'll be here for days if I have to share my experience of those 4 days and the pain after that of losing my family and friends who became the gruesome acts of leadership of India at that time. My friend Bill shared with you the definition of genocide UN gives you. I looked at the Webster. The deliberate killing of a large group of people, especially those of a particular ethnic group or nation, is genocide. That's what it was. Done by the gangster and the mobs in various cities of India. Leaders of the ruling party who instigated it did nothing, and I want to share, including the Sikh president who was president of India at that time, did nothing to stop it. I also want to share some of the Indian community members have tried to misguide our community at large in Fresno by making this a Hindu-Sikh issue. It is absolutely not a Hindu-Sikh issue. If it was not for my Hindu friends, I won't be standing here. You won't see me here. They stood with us side by side to protect the Sikh community in my neighborhood. And I can never forget, and I have no words and nothing in my possession to thank them enough because I'm alive here today. Because
Raj, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Would you like to help us with the interpretation?
ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਰਾਜ ਬੀਸਲਾ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਖੜਾ ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ 1968 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ 1985 ਤੱਕ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦਾ ਨਾਗਰਿਕ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਹਾਂ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਕਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਭੁੱਲ ਸਕਦਾ ਉਹ ਮੇਰੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਦੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਲੰਬੇ 4 ਦਿਨ ਸਨ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਗਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਟਾਇਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਸਾੜੇ ਗਏ ਉਹ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ ਧੀਆਂ ਭੈਣਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਇੱਜ਼ਤਾਂ ਲੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਵੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਥਾਣੇ ਜਾਈਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਬੰਦ ਸੀਗੇ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਦੋਸਤ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਖਿੱਚ ਕੇ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹਸਪਤਾਲ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਐਡਮਿਟ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਇਨਕਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ। ਬਿੱਲ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਜਾਂ ਕਿ ਜੈਨੋਸਾਈਡ ਦੀ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਜੈਨੋਸਾਈਡ ਦੀ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਦੀ ਦੇਖੀ ਆ ਵੈਬਸਟਰਸ ਡਿਕਸ਼ਨਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਕੌਮ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣ-ਬੁੱਝ ਕੇ ਮਾਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ, ਜੋ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ, ਜੋ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਹ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ। ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉਹਨੇ ਵੀ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਰ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਈ ਵਿਅਕਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਗੁੰਮਰਾਹ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਸਿੱਖ ਮਸਲਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਸਿੱਖ ਮਸਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਜੇ ਹਿੰਦੂਆਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਕਲੋਨੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਦਦ ਨਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਖੜਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਹੋਣਾ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you very much. Folks, I hate to have the bell go off and limit your comments because this is an important issue for everyone. But our rules say you're limited to 3 minutes so we can get all the speakers before us and they can make their statements accordingly. So that's why we have the 3-minute rule and the bell goes off. So help me, Raj.
ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੱਟਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਮਾਫੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਵਾਂ। ਸਾਡੇ ਜੋ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੇ ਅਸੂਲ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਵੀ 3 ਮਿੰਟ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਜਦੋਂ 3 ਮਿੰਟ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬੈਲ ਵੱਜੂਗੀ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you. Our next speaker, if you'll bear with me, it's Kawar, and the last name is kind of scribbled, 8408 North Ann Avenue in Fresno.
ਅਗਲਾ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਨਵਰ ਸਿੰਘ।
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kamar Gill. I live in District 6, work in District 2. Thank you, Steve, for taking time to talk to me. As I speak here today, it's well over 31 years. We live in an age when countries like Canada are digging into their history to set records straight by rendering formal apologies for the violations of human rights that occurred over a century ago. Well, there has been no similar movement for a day of reckoning in India yet. Majority of perpetrators of 6 genocides are yet to be charged and held accountable for their crimes, and to this day, many of the affected families continue to live in poverty, alienation, and distress. I vividly recall the events of 1984. I recall those vicious words, constant refrains chanted by the mobs throughout the neighborhood with a clear intent. The clear intent was to kill 6, and it resonated across India, broadcasted live on the state television service called Doordarshan. It is well established now that a large number of senior government officials observed all the inflammatory slogans without taking any action to stop what was to follow. Even the brand new Prime Minister of India, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, did not stop the chanting mobs. In fact, former Law Minister, Government of India, also happens to be a very senior advocate of Supreme Court of India. Mr. Shanti Bhushan stated that he saw on TV Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi silently listening to the slogan "Khoon ka badla khoon," which translated word by word in English means "avenge blood for blood." Roughly 2 weeks later, on Monday, November 19, 1984, Mr. Gandhi broke his silence for the first time and gave his first public speech. He spoke about Mrs. Gandhi and justified violence, wrapping up his speech with a statement, "When a big tree falls, earth does shake a little bit." He went on to say, with an oblique reference to 6 genocide, that events of 1984 have strengthened India's nationalism and its democracy, and the whole world is watching. In March of 1985, he justified persistent refusal to conduct investigation into the 6 genocide, stating that inquiry commission would raise issues which were, according to him, and I quote, "are really dead." To this date, Indian government's formal position appears to have been accountability comes only in one form, and that one form is called silence. Those of you who were instrumental in inviting Consul General of India, Mr. Venkatesh and Ashok, earlier this year in June, may prefer to maintain that deafening silence, while the rest of you, ladies and gentlemen, will raise your voice today against the unprecedented abrogation of justice and due process, the same due process about which the former commissioner in India's capital of Delhi, Mr. Ved Marwah, once said, and I quote, The fault lines in our judicial system have been shown by the fact people aiding the process of law were still facing harassment, while those who were hindering the process of justice has still not been punished. And he was referring to the 1984 genocide. Honorable members of the Fresno City Council, I pray the passage of this resolution with refocused attention on the need for proper discussion about accountability and restitutions, acknowledging the malicious intent underlying these mass killings of members of a religious minority would be the first and the right step towards reconciliation. Without prosecution of those who commit genocide, an expectation of impunity is created. One of the best predictor of future genocide, ladies and gentlemen, is previous genocide that has gone unpunished. There have been about 11 commission inquiries, but no high-level politician or law enforcement official has been convicted despite eyewitness accounts and an abundance of evidence. On the other hand, perpetrators were awarded cabinet positions, governorships, and party chief positions. Lack of accountability against the organizers of the sixth genocide paved a clear path to the violence against Muslims in 2002 in the Indian state of Gujarat. Although 31 years have passed, we believe India has a substantial opportunity to make amends and seek reconciliation, while those directly affected by the genocidal violence are still alive. It is incumbent upon the Indian state to seek closure on this issue while primary stakeholders, that is the survivors and the culprits, are still around.
Sir, thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Raj, do your best, please.
ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਕਰਮਨ ਗਿੱਲ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ 6 ਦਾ ਵਾਸੀ ਹਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ 2 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ। ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੋਸ਼ੀ ਸਨ, ਅਸਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਕੋਰਟ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋਸ਼ੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਠਹਿਰਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਹੀ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ। ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ ਦੂਰਦਰਸ਼ਨ 'ਤੇ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਪਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਾ। ਰਾਜੀਵ ਗਾਂਧੀ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਨਵਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉਸ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੋਕਿਆ। ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ TV 'ਤੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਇਹ ਨਾਅਰਾ ਸੁਣਦਿਆਂ ਖੂਨ ਕਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਖੂਨ। ਜੋ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ, ਰਾਜੀਵ ਗਾਂਧੀ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਰਾਜੀਵ ਗਾਂਧੀ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜੋ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਇਕਮੁੱਠ ਕੀਤਾ। ਉਸ ਘਟਨਾ ਨੇ ਮਾਰਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਇਨਕਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਸਿਰਫ 1984 ਦੇ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਹੋਏ 'ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਵਾਬ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਉਹ ਜਵਾਬ ਸੀਗਾ ਚੁੱਪ। ਮੈਂ ਸਿਟੀ ਕਾਊਂਸਲ ਦੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਇਹ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਸੱਚ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਈਏ। 11 ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਪਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਹਾਈ ਲੈਵਲ ਦਾ ਅਫੀਸ਼ਲ ਦੋਸ਼ੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਠਹਿਰਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। 31 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਹਨ ਉਸ ਘਟਨਾ ਵਾਪਰੀ ਨੂੰ, ਪਰ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਮੌਕਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਨ ਰਹੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੰਨ ਸਕੀਏ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
I'm just paraphrasing for your purposes.
You did great.
Thank you.
So our next speaker with that 3-minute limitation is Margal Kerr. Again, it's hard to read the cards.
ਅਗਲੀ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਹੈਗੀ ਮੰਗਲ ਕੌਰ। ਜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਾਫੀ ਮੰਗ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਨਾਮ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਮਾਫੀ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਆ।
Welcome.
Thank you.
ਜੀ ਆਇਆਂ ਨੂੰ।
Thank you all for allowing us to share our pain, wounds, and history. As you know, it is not easy to talk about horrifying events such as this. It's been 31 years since the genocide of 1984. 31 years that we've struggled and lived with the pain and the horror, devoid of justice, and with it, any chance for closure. It's past time to bring the truth of 1984 into the open and start the long, much-needed process of healing. Time has not dulled the throbbing pain of our wounds. And thank you for allowing us to bring our pain out into the open. To finally be able to talk about this genocide outside of our community, and to know that there are people out there who recognize and understand what happened to us, that there is acknowledgement. And in that acknowledgement, a validation that yes, what happened to you was a genocide, was truly recognized for what it truly was, a genocide. And today, thank you for allowing us to write the pages of history. As a youth growing up in America, 7 seas away from Punjab, India still cast a shadow over our youth and growing up in America. My parents were always worried that becoming too vocal or having too much political attention would cause us to be blacklisted from ever seeing our homeland again, from ever returning to India. My siblings and I were encouraged to keep silent and not be vocal. Any child that pointed out to their parents about the injusticeness of the atrocities of 1984, they were hushed by the adults. The massacre of 1984 was still fresh, and it has left a scar, turning a fearless, outspoken community of people into a submissive, scared entity. Parents feared for their children, and no parent was willing to allow their child to come under the scrutiny of the Indian government. Only in college years, when kids begin a journey of self-discovery, did we, along with our peers, discover something more, courage. And so we started to rehash the past and understand what happened to us and realize that we had never really healed. And we gained the inspiration because we saw people like Cynthia Mahmood, who, against norms, wrote about 1984 and suffered rape and 21 stabbing wounds by the Indian government for trying to write about the truth. When we saw that people outside of our own community were trying to support us, we realized that there was no reason to fear. There was no reason to be shamed. It was time to come out and bring the truth. And this showed me that I had nothing to fear. It dispelled my fear, and I was able to voice my own objection and become a social activist who speaks for myself and my community. The only way to fix this is to bring it out in the open. If we pass this resolution to recognize what happened in November 1984 as a genocide, it will be a milestone for minorities, not only here, but everywhere. It will show governments that they cannot get away with violating human rights. Their atrocities will not stay hidden. Someone, somewhere will notice and stand with the oppressed, and there will be consequences. The governments may be powerful, but time and time again has shown that the truth will not be covered.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Appreciate it. Thank you. Raj, you can help us a little.
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਬੋਲਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਦੇਣ ਲਈ। ਉਹ ਜ਼ਖਮਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ 1984 ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਦੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਹੇ। 31 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਉਸ ਘਟਨਾ ਵਾਪਰੀ ਨੂੰ, ਪਰ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਸੀਗੀ। ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮੈਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਨਤਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਛਾਵਾਂ ਜਿਹਾ ਛਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ 1984 ਦਾ। ਸਾਡੇ ਮਾਤਾ ਪਿਤਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗੇ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ 1984 ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਖੋਜ ਕਰੀਏ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਾਲਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਖੋਜ ਕੀਤੀ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਜੋ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਵਾਕਿਆ ਹੀ ਮਨੁੱਖੀ ਅਧਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਉਲੰਘਣਾ ਸੀਗੀ। ਸਿੰਥੀਆ ਮਹਿਮੂਦ ਜੈਸੇ ਲਿਖਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਲੇਖਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਲਿਖੀਆਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਜਜ਼ਬਾਤ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਰਖਲਾਫ, ਜੋ ਵਿਰੁੱਧ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਮਾੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਘਟਨਾਵਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਠੀਕ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਰਸਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹੇਆਮ ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹੇਆਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮਨੁੱਖੀ ਅਧਿਕਾਰ ਉਹ ਐਵੇਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ। ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਬੈਠਾ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Nardeep Singh. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
ਅਗਲਾ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਨੈਨਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੈ।
Thank you so much to the men and women of the Fresno City Council, to the community that has joined us. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa.
Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
I'll keep it brief and try to give a model in terms of keeping about brevity and succinctness. Why is this important here in Fresno? It's important for a few reasons. This was spurred on by the Sikh youth. This is to show we have not forgotten. This is to show that we are civically engaged, that this is important. This is not where this event ends. This is where we begin. This is a new chapter of the Sikh history here in Fresno. We're extremely proud to be able to engage with you this evening. This was pushed on by our high school members. I see them in the corner, our Jakara members, Guru Nanak Prakash members, who took this upon us, who approached all of us and said, this has to get done. And this is extremely important for us to really begin to engage here, show that we're here, and recognition is a process in healing. So this was, it's extremely important for us to do this in Fresno, because peace and reconciliation begins when you actually can understand a person's pain, whether that be a member who suffered in the Shoah, in the Jewish Holocaust, whether that be the Metzger, the Armenian genocide, or in this particular case, the Kalukara or Sikh genocide. This is how we come together in truth, in justice, in harmony. We thank you for this opportunity to present to each of the council members tonight, and we look forward to your vote in just a few minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was great. Thank you.
ਮੈਂ ਸਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਚੱਕਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੰਖੇਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੀ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਇਸ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਦੀ ਯੂਥ ਨੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸਣ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਭੁੱਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਂ। ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ 1984 ਦਾ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਖਤਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਬਲਕਿ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਾਣ ਸਮਝਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ 1984 ਦੇ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਵਟਾਂਦਰਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਖਮ ਭਰਨ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਖਮ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਨਤਾ ਦਈਏ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਖਮ ਵਾਕਿਆ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਅਸੀਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ।
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Gurdeep Shergill.
ਅਗਲਾ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਗੁਰਦੀਪ ਸ਼ੇਰਗਿੱਲ ਹੈ।
Good evening and welcome, sir.
Council members, thank you very much. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to stand here. This is the part of our democracy. As a U.S. citizen, we have the full right to be part of the government. We are Fresno, we are Californians. And as you can see, this is the community that stands for justice. So we are here. All we need is a recognition from our politicians, from our council member, from our government, just saying that, you know what, we stand with you. So we hope that all the council members will support this. Clint Olivier, thank you for sponsoring this. And Oliver Benz and Esmeralda Surya, thank you so much for co-sponsoring it. And I hope all the other council members will definitely support this, because this tomorrow this will be an international news. Thank you so much. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you, sir.
ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਗੁਰਦੀਪ ਸ਼ੇਰਗਿੱਲ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਲਿਆਉਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ, ਇੱਥੇ ਖੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਕਮਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਫਰੈਜ਼ਨੋ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੈਲੀਫੋਰਨੀਆ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸੀ ਹਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੱਚ ਲਈ ਖੜ੍ਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਉਮੀਦ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੋਟ ਪਾਓਗੇ। ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਲਿੰਟ ਓਲੀਵੀਏ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ, ਓਲੀਵਰ ਬੇਨਸ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਐਸਮਰਲਡਾ ਸੋਰੀਆ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਸਪਾਂਸਰ ਕੀਤੀ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਇਹ ਉਮੀਦ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੋਟ ਪਾਓਗੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਫਰੈਜ਼ਨੋ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਅਖਬਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you again. Our next speaker, Tadek Ishkarian. I hope I pronounced that right. Tadch, I believe. Good evening, sir. Sorry about that, the name.
No worries. It's Tadi. My name is Tadi Iskanian. I'm a member of the Armenian community, and I'm a advocate and an activist for genocide recognition, not only for Armenians, but for the Sikh community, for numerous other communities that have gone through this. My advocacy work's taken me to the state capital, to the nation's capital, but I'm very proud to be here alongside the Sikh community to advocate on their behalf, to give a voice from somebody else in a different community, to advocate for the passing of this resolution to recognize the 1984 genocide. I'm like so many here. I'm a descendant of both martyrs and survivors of genocide. And my family, like thousands of other families in the Armenian community, in the Sikh community, in the Hmong community, we share a unique but unfortunate bond through genocide and through the subsequent denial and the struggle against recognition. This body and this city has been so good to the Armenian community when it comes to recognizing our genocide, when it comes to commemorating it. So, as a member of the Armenian community, I say to all of you, it's time that we join the city of Bakersfield, the city of Kerman, the California legislature to recognize the events in 1984. I ask you to stand as elected officials and recognize the 30,000 Sikhs that were killed. And in closing, I'll say this. I think we've heard some opposition towards the resolution that said that the resolution will bring about hatred and bitterness. But from what I know from the Armenian genocide and from the advocacy work that I've done, recognition does not bring hatred and bitterness. Denial brings hatred and bitterness. Recognition, rather, brings healing and a sense of closure for both the victims and the perpetrators. I ask you to unanimously support the resolution and to support our brothers and sisters in the Sikh community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਤਾਦੀਸ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਆਰਮੀਨੀਅਨ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਹਾਂ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਮਨੁੱਖੀ ਅਧਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਲਈ ਲੜਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਆਰਮੀਨੀਅਨਾਂ ਲਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਲਈ ਲੜਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਾਤਾ ਪਿਤਾ ਸੀਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਤਾ ਪਿਤਾ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਵੀ ਹਨ ਅਤੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਸਰਵਾਈਵਰ ਹਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਨਿਕਲੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਵੀ ਹਾਂ ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਸਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਨੇ ਅਰਮੀਨੀਅਨਾਂ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਛ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਅਰਮੀਨੀਅਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਰੱਖਣ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਛ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਹਿਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਈਰਖਾ ਜਾਂ ਦਵੈਸ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਉਸ ਘਟਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਭੁੱਲ ਕੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਸ ਘਟਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਹੋਣੀ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਈਰਖਾ ਅਤੇ ਦਵੈਸ਼ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੋਟ ਪਾਓ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ
Thank you very much. Next will be Mayor Pro Tem Dhaliwal. Please come forward, and after you will be Mohinder Kamlan. Good evening and welcome, sir.
Thank you, Council Chairman and members of the Council. Thank you very much for considering this. Clint, thank you, very good opening remarks. To have a closure on issue like this, it's very important that we recognize this, especially in the times after 9/11 when our community, the Sikhs, have been misidentified for being Taliban, and it's very important for our fellow Americans to know who we are. And to know somebody, you have got to know their story. I'd like to thank Councilmember Baines for allowing me to educate him, and Esmeralda for recognizing me even with the turban. I'm sure some of you guys didn't. But it's important for our community. For that reason, it's incumbent to recognize it as a genocide. That's the only way we can have a closure and move forward. Just to go on record, city of San Joaquin was the first city to adopt this resolution. And then we had, as mentioned, city of Bakersfield, city of Stockton, our state legislature, both houses, assembly, as well as the state senate. They have called this a pogrom. Last month, we recognized the same resolution in the Council of Government, and your representative, City Council member Olivier, was generous enough to vote yes, and we passed that with no opposition among all the 15 cities and representation from the county supervisor. I'd like to also thank Supervisor Perea for working behind the scene and having a support in our Council of Government passing that resolution. With that said, we'll look forward to have a favorable vote from all you guys. Thank you very much for
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate it.
ਇਹ ਸਨ ਰੂਬੀ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਮੇਅਰ ਪ੍ਰੋ ਟੈਮ ਸੈਨ ਜੋਆਕਿਨ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਨ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਸਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਚੱਕਿਆ। ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਵਾਪਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਜ਼ਖਮ ਭਰਨ ਲਈ, ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ 9/11 ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਛਾਣ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਮਾੜਾ ਸਲੂਕ ਕੀਤਾ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਮੌਕਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਲਈ। ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਓਲੀਵਰ ਬੇਨਸ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੌਕਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖ ਧਰਮ ਬਾਰੇ ਦੱਸਣ ਲਈ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਦੱਸਣ ਲਈ। ਮੈਂ ਐਸਮਰੈਲਡਾ ਸੌਰੀਆ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦਸਤਾਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਪਛਾਣਿਆ। ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਘੱਲੂਘਾਰਾ ਮੰਨੀਏ, ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਮੰਨੀਏ, ਜੈਨੋਸਾਈਡ ਮੰਨੀਏ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਸੈਨ ਮਾਰਕਿਨ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਬਲਕਿ ਸਟੇਟ ਆਫ ਕੈਲੀਫੋਰਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਸੈਨੇਟ ਅਤੇ ਅਸੈਂਬਲੀ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਵੀ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਕਤਲੇਆਮ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਸੀ। ਕਾਉਂਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਪਾਸ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਤੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਦੀ 15 ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੇ ਵੀ ਪਾਸ ਕੀਤਾ। ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਓਲੀਵਰ ਬੇਨਸ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਵੋਟ ਪਾਈ। ਮੈਂ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਪਰੇਆ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਉਮੀਦ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਇਸ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਤੋਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਵੋਟ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਜੋ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਨਸਲਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਦਾ ਖਿਤਾਬ ਦਿਓਗੇ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you again. Our next speaker, Mohinder Kamlon. And after that will be the Sikh Council of Central California member Sukhdev Chima. Good evening.
ਅਗਲਾ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਮਹਿੰਦਰ ਕਾਲੋਂ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸੁਖਦੀਪ ਚੀਮਾ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਆਫ ਕੈਲੀਫੋਰਨੀਆ ਤੋਂ।
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ,
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਗੁੱਡ ਈਵਨਿੰਗ ਐਵਰੀਬਾਡੀ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਸਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 84 ਦਾ ਜੋ ਦੰਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਆਪ ਵੀ ਵਿਕਟਿਮ ਹਾਂ। ਮੇਰੇ ਫਾਦਰ ਦੀ ਡੈਥ ਔਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਬ੍ਰਦਰ ਦੀ ਡੈਥ। ਬ੍ਰਦਰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸੀਗਾ ਔਰ ਫਾਦਰ ਆਰਮੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੁਬੇਦਾਰ ਮੇਜਰ ਸਨ, ਆਨਰੇਰੀ ਕੈਪਟਨ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਮਿਲੀ 82 ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 84 ਆਇਆ, 2 ਸਾਲ ਪੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਲਈ ਅਤੇ ਇਸ ਦੰਗੇ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਉਸੇ ਹੀ ਏਰੀਏ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਹਦਰਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ। 90% ਉੱਥੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀ, 10% ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਬਚੇ। 90% ਜਿਤਨੇ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਹੋਈ। ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ, ਘਰ, ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੰਗਾ ਕਰਨ ਆਏ ਸਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲੁੱਟਿਆ। ਮੇਰੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਬੱਚੇ, 3 ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਨਾਟਕ ਦੇਖਿਆ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਘਰਾਂ 'ਚੋਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਅੱਧਾ ਮਰਿਆ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮੰਜੇ ਸੁੱਟ ਦੇਣੇ, ਲੱਕੜਾਂ ਸੁੱਟ ਦੇਣੀਆਂ, ਬਿਸਤਰੇ ਸੁੱਟ ਦੇਣੇ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਸੜਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾਸ਼ਾਂ ਪਈਆਂ, ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਸੜੇ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਸੜੇ। ਆਖਿਰ ਅੱਜ 30-31 ਸਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਨ ਉਹ ਬੀਤ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਨ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਗਰੀਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਸ ਦੰਗੇ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਰ ਹੋਏ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਆਬਾਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕੇ। ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਗਰੀਬੀ ਹੈ, ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਪੂਰ ਲੋਕ ਹਨ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬੜਾ ਇਸ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ 84 ਦਾ ਜੋ ਦੰਗਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹੱਥ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਮਸਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਫ੍ਰਿਜ਼ਨੋ ਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਹਨ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਹਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਭਾਗਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਸਾਰੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੇਮਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਕਿ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਕੀਤਾ। ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਮ 'ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੰਨੂ ਸਾਡੀ ਦਾਤਰੀ, ਅਸੀਂ ਮੰਨੂ ਦੇ ਸੋਏ ਅਤੇ ਜਿਉਂ-ਜਿਉਂ ਮੰਨੂ ਵੱਢਦਾ ਤਿਉਂ-ਤਿਉਂ ਦੂਣੇ ਹੋਏ। ਅੱਜ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 3 ਦਿਨ 4 ਦਿਨ 5 ਦਿਨ ਇਹ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹੀ ਛੁੱਟੀ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਵੀ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਮਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਰ ਦਿਓ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਘਰ ਸਾੜੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾੜ ਦਿਓ। ਸਾਨੂੰ 24 ਘੰਟੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੇ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਹਿਲਾ ਦਿਓ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ 24 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੇ ਦੇਵੇ, ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਿੰਦੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਇੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਦਿਲ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਦੁੱਖ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਣੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਵਧੀਕੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਦੁੱਖ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਘਰ ਦਾ ਜੀ ਮਰਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਭ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਅੱਜ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਹੋਇਆ ਹਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਖੜੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਹੋਣ ਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਗਲਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਬੋਲਦਿਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਮਾਫੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Do you want a translation?
Yes, please.
Okay. His name is Mohinder Kalon, and so I'll translate on his behalf. So, I lived in Delhi during 1984. My father and my brother both were killed at the time. My father was retired from the army in 1982. He was a major and then a captain, and he retired with a captain's salary, retirement pension. He retired in 82, and in 84, this happened, and he was killed. My brother was a doctor, and he was killed in 1984. At the time, we lived in that part of New Delhi where 90% of the neighborhoods were destroyed. The houses, the gurdwaras are Sikh places of worship, were destroyed. My 3 children saw everything that happened in 1984 in New Delhi. They saw people being pulled out of houses, half dead, and then those people were left there to die. The people attacking them would pile beds and wood on top of those half-dead people and leave them for dead. I saw Sikh places of worship, gurdwaras, being burned alive, people's houses being burned alive. About 31 or 32 years have passed, but the people that suffered in 1984 have not yet recovered. They are still poor, they are still destitute, and they have not been able to succeed. I'm thankful to those people in this community who brought this resolution forward for the City Council to hear. Those who are here from the local area, from Fresno, are lucky that they have had this opportunity to talk about what happened in 1984 and tell you what happened. There's a saying about the Muslim rule in India. The Muslim rule came before the British rule. Maybe a century before, and then it died down. A side note. A man named Manu was a governor at the time of an area, and the saying is, Manu is a knife. As he cuts us, we multiply. Sikhs are a powerful race. If they are given the opportunity, they can shake the world. What happened was horrible, and I am thankful to you all for giving me this opportunity to share.
Thank you very much. I think that this is the last card. Did Mr. Chimai speak already? Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much. Well, that's all the cards we have for this evening. Sorry?
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੰਨੇ ਪੱਤਰ ਆਏ ਹਨ ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ
Council President, would like to give Councilmember Lee Brand an opportunity to return from the television station. Can we do a 5 or 10 minute break while I go out? I'll call him and find out where he is on the road so we can, he is in support and wishes to cast, if possible, a vote in support.
I think the group here would agree with a brief continuance to have him return. So we can come back in 15 minutes? Right, 10 minutes? Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, folks.
10 ਮਿੰਟ ਦੀ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲਈ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਸੋ
Well, everyone, if you're ready, we're ready to proceed with the meeting. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for again being here this evening. So we've concluded our public testimony. I want to thank each and every one of the speakers for all the variety of information that we have received from you. So I really appreciate that. So we'll bring it back to the dais now. And the first member up is Councilmember Brandow.
Thank you, Council President. And so, thank you for putting up with our break. By the way, we took a little extra time to have that break because Councilmember Brand was on his way back to City Hall and definitely wanted to make some comments and be a part. So thank you, and thank you for being such a fantastic crowd and coming down to Fresno City Hall. We really appreciate your role in our city. I just wanted to make a few comments and about all the things that I've learned and heard, and even really what I've observed here tonight. And the first thing that I want to say is these two guys that have been standing here the whole time with the American flag and the Sikh flag, I think that's fantastic, by the way. I think, yeah, thank you guys. And
how about a round of applause?
Yeah. You know, that is so wonderful. You know, I know that many of you live in my district in Northwest Fresno. I see a lot of familiar faces, just people that I pass by in the grocery store or at the gas station or places that I go in my district. So, but then I also see a lot of familiar friends, and many of you spoke tonight. And so, I don't know where Ruby went, but I've never seen him with the turban before. Where's he at, Ruby? Oh, he had to leave. Okay. I wanted a picture with him so I could get that. But I wanted to express my appreciation for your community. In my other job, apart from this, I have a carpet cleaning company, and I have many Sikh customers over the years. I've been cleaning carpets for 20 years, and over the years I've got a group of Sikh customers. And every time that I go, I feel so welcomed. I mean, there's an extra level of welcome and graciousness when I go into a Sikh home. And I'm just being honest, I don't know, I don't feel that in a lot of other communities, but I definitely do in your community. I think if I was to condense my impressions of the Sikh people, in my opinion, they're a very gracious and peace-loving people. And that's just been my interaction. Now, I know that you're here today because you want to stand for justice. And I think that's part of being peaceful and a gracious people. You have to stand for yourselves. And so I honor you guys for doing that. I know most of the speakers. I made little notes from each speech that I was going to highlight, but I think I'm going to do away with some of that because of the time that we've taken here this evening. I do want to say that, you know, last year we had a tragedy in your community and our community of Fresno when Mr. Ball was attacked as a Sikh man dressed in Sikh dress and was attacked. And we had some special meetings. Many of you remember that in Northwest Fresno. And we had some special meetings. And throughout that whole time, just the way that the Sikh community conducted themselves in the middle of that injustice was very, I just really appreciate it. I consider the Sikh community to be such an integral part of what we're doing in Fresno. So I want to let you know that I had spoken with several people, Dr. Gil Mosley and Jazz. Ruby, we had spoken a couple of times. And so I want you to know that I'm very appreciative for your role in our city. You're welcome here at City Hall at any time for any reason. And not just on this issue, but we need you. We need strong, good people for so many issues in our city. I am going to be supporting the resolution tonight, and I thank you all for coming to Fresno City Hall. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Councilmember Lee Brand.
Oh, translation.
Do you want the translation?
Oh, yes, please. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Forgive me.
ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਕੌਂਸਲ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਬ੍ਰੈਂਡਾਓ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਡੀਕ ਕੀਤੀ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਆਉਣ ਲਈ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਮੈਂ ਦੋ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਹਿਣੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਪਹਿਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੋ ਝੰਡੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵਿਚਾਲੇ ਖੜੇ ਹਨ, ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅਤੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦਾ ਝੰਡਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਖੜੇ ਹਨ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਲੋਕ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਹਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੀ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਦੇਖਦਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਗਰੋਸਰੀ ਸਟੋਰ 'ਤੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਗੈਸ ਸਟੇਸ਼ਨ 'ਤੇ, ਅਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਮੇਰਾ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਰਗਾਂ ਕਾਰਪੇਟ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਗਾਹਕ ਸਿੱਖ ਹਨ ਵੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵਾ। ਦੂਜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖ ਜੋ ਹਨ ਉਹ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਹਨ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੱਚ ਲਈ ਲੜਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਹੋਣ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਚਿੰਨ੍ਹ ਹੈ। ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸਾਲ ਜੋ ਫਰੈਜ਼ਨੋ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ, ਬੱਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਾੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਿਚਰੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁੱਢਲਾ ਅੰਗ ਹੋ ਅਤੇ ਸਿਟੀ ਹਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਆ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਇਸ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਵੋਟ ਪਾਉਣੀ ਆ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ।
Thank you very much. Member Brand?
Thank you, Council President. And I want to apologize for missing part of the meeting, but I literally drove like a bat out of hell to try to get back here because it's
Ross,
really important.
Can you interpret that?
Would you like me to translate that directly?
I'm really impressed with this display of unity by the Sikh people, and you've been a major part of our community. And you represent what America's all about immigrants, about hard work, family values, and being successful in our community. And you're a big part of Fresno and Fresno County and the Valley. And I met with both sides back earlier in the year, and before I met with the Sikh leaders, there was a quote in Fresno Bee about what I said. Since I met with the Sikh leaders probably 3 or 4 months ago, they totally convinced me of the cause, the just cause that you have. And my good friend A.P. Sidhu, who's in here somewhere tonight, I don't know where he's at, he told me about personal stories of persecution. And it moved me that this was like, for many years in Fresno, Armenian people have a very strong presence here. And they have wanted for years to have the United States government recognize the genocide that happened in Armenia almost 100 years ago. And because of political reasons, it's never done. But we have an opportunity tonight to make a difference for the Sikh people. Based on everything I've read and based on the friends I've talked to, I believe you have a just cause. I believe there was a genocide and a cover-up by the Indian government. And I absolutely, fully support the Sikh resolution recognizing the genocide in 1984 and hoping that we can bring it, this is a small part of bringing this to the United Nations to recognize for the Sikhs on a worldwide basis. Thank you, and thank you for showing up tonight.
It was worth the wait, Councilmember Brand. Thank you very much. Ms. Soria, you have more comments?
Well, I just wanted to, there was someone in the audience, Harjinder Dillon, I don't know if he's still, that wanted to see if he could we could give him 1 minute.
I'm sorry, but we've closed public comment. So if you have any more comments, you're welcome to do so.
I wanted to give him my time, so if I could give him 1 minute of my time.
Thank you very much. Next up will be Member Quintero.
I'll translate. No, all right, I'm good.
Raj, can you do me a favor? I'm going to read probably, it's going to be brief, but I'm going to read a couple sentences and stop, and then rather than you summarizing the whole thing, if you'll just translate. Well, first of all, thank you all for attending and taking time out of your busy days to come and be a part of this important and historic event. I want to thank you for all of you that called and sent me emails regarding this resolution. I truly appreciate hearing from you.
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋ, ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਕੀਤੇ ਅਤੇ ਈਮੇਲਾਂ ਭੇਜੀਆਂ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ।
I read the emails that you sent me and listened to your voicemails explaining your position and the reasoning behind it.
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਈਮੇਲਾਂ ਪੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਅਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੌਇਸਮੇਲ ਛੱਡੀਆਂ, ਮੈਸੇਜ ਛੱਡੇ, ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਸੁਣੇ ਅਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਿਆ.
I also appreciated the meetings with some of the members of the community, as well as running into some of you at the grocery store or while shopping and sharing your thoughts with me.
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਵਟਾਂਦਰੇ ਹੋਏ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਤੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ. ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ.
After much listening, reading, and prayer, I have come to this conclusion.
ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਅਤੇ ਆਪ ਵੀ ਪਾਠ ਪੂਜਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਤੇ ਆਹ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਹੈ.
I have close friends that support this resolution and close friends that don't support this resolution, and I respect the position of both sides. I really do.
ਮੇਰੇ ਦੋਸਤ ਦੋਨੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਹਨ. ਕਈ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੜੇ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਕਈ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੜੇ ਹਨ. ਮੈਂ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ.
The question I have is, will a resolution or reconciliation ever occur? I can't answer that question. That is up to you.
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਰੈਜ਼ੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਹੋਇਆ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ. ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਜਵਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਸਕਦਾ. ਇਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ.
Therefore, I will vote to abstain, and my hope is that a peaceful resolution will occur.
ਇਸ ਲਈ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਵੋਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਉਣੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਉਮੀਦ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਢੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਦਾ ਹੱਲ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਜਾਊਗਾ.
I truly believe there are very intelligent people on both sides that can come together and bring about a compromise.
ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸੱਚਮੁੱਚ ਮੰਨਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਦੋਨੇ ਧਿਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹਨ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਸਿਆਣੇ ਹਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਹੱਲ ਲੱਭ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਨ.
As a young man, my grandmother married my aunt to an Indian gentleman here in Fresno. This was in the 1930s. His name was Lashman Alek Singh. And he sponsored many men to come to Fresno County and work and raise families and create a life. And I've run into some of the gentlemen that he sponsored. And I recall that once a month, my aunt would take him to Stockton. It was the only temple in the area. And I learned a lot about the community over the years. And this is something very meaningful to me. And so it's very important that the position that I took and listened to all of you. And I really appreciate it, and I hope that you can respect the position that I'm taking. Thank you very much.
ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਛੋਟਾ ਸੀਗਾ, this is your mother's sister? Yes. ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਛੋਟਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਮਾਸੀ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਿਆਹ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ. ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲਛਮਣ ਔਲਖ ਸਿੰਘ ਸੀਗਾ. ਲਕਸ਼ਮਣ ਸਿੰਘ ਔਲਖ ਸੀਗਾ. ਜਿਉਂ-ਜਿਉਂ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਸੈਟਲ ਹੋਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਕੀਤੀ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਵਿਆਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਵਿਚਰਦਾ. ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੀ ਮਾਸੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਸਟਾਕਟਨ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰ ਸੀਗਾ ਸਟਾਕਟਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕੈਲੀਫੋਰਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰ ਸੀਗਾ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਸਟਾਕਟਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀਗਾ. ਅਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ. ਇਸ ਲਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਮਝੋ ਵੀ ਜੋ ਮੈਂ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ. ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਉਮੀਦ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ. Thank you.
Thank you. The screen is clear. Folks, I wanted to express my deep, deep appreciation for each and every one of you for being here today and participating in this event this evening. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate your presence being here today and sharing your horrible stories about the 1984 events. I also appreciate all the comments by my colleagues, especially those by Member Brandow. And his experience with the Sikh community has been my experience with the Sikh community, that is with all of you and the culture. And I must remember that I also have great respect for all Indian Americans. And we must remember that India is the largest democracy in the entire world. The events of 1984 were horrible, and people must be held accountable. But I had this same predicament that my colleague Sal Quintero has. I have many, many, many friends. And both sides have come to me, as well as Sal, and we've discussed these issues in depth. And Sal and I have spent a lot of time together. We've known each other for many years, went to similar schools in Fresno area, were raised in the same area as young men in Fresno. In my discussions with him, I helped and agreed with the things that he had written, and I join in those comments that he has made. And again, this is a great democracy, and I hope you can respect his view and my view on this particular issue. So again, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you being here, and at this point, we'll take a vote on it. Yes. This will be an electronic vote. So, I'm sorry.
Do you want? Okay.
Yes, please.
ਮੈਂ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜੋ ਬਿਆਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਦਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਅਮਰੀਕਨਸ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਆਏ ਹਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਿਸਪੈਕਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ, ਕਦਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ। ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਡੈਮੋਕ੍ਰੇਸੀ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਦੋਸਤ ਦੋਨੇ ਪੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਨ। ਕਈ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਆਏ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਿਚਾਰਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਸੈਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਿਚਾਰਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ। ਜੋ ਸੈਲ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਹਿਮਤ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਣ ਲਈ। ਥੈਂਕਸ।
So with that, yes, sir.
Thank you. And again, thank you all for coming. And I wasn't going to speak again, but I wanted to highlight something that's actually in the language of the resolution and was added at the very end. And I think that it's in this spirit that we want to go forward and go forth from this chamber. And so that's why I'm going to read it, because it's very meaningful to us up here, and I think is also good for our community. So I'm going to read it. It's the final line of this resolution. It says, whereas Sikhs, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Jews, Buddhists, and people of goodwill everywhere celebrate this community's diverse fabric and stand together in solidarity and justice for all and oppose tyranny against any. So thank you all for coming.
Okay, colleagues, this is the opportunity to vote. This will be electronically, which means the vote will be broadcast above us on the huge TV screen. Let's vote. The vote is 5 support.
Bole so nihal.
2 abstains. Thank you all for being here again this evening. Appreciate it. You're welcome here, any and all times. Thank you very much. We will adjourn the meeting, and we'll adjourn the meeting in loving memory of Martha Wolfenbarger. Thank you.